approximately 100 visits per month for an average user. Now, can we get both? So if we can combine the capabilities of a mobile app and the reach of the mobile web, we can get something called PWA. Now, what are PWA? Well, PWAs are progressive web apps, which are web applications that look and behave as native apps. They progressively enhance the web applications look and feel like native apps. Let's take a look at this one. So as you can see that if you go to Coditech Academy and if you open that in the mobile web browser, it gives you an option to add to home screen. When you click on the add to home screen, it will go ahead and add that application to your home screen, and then you'll be able to access that like any other mobile application. As you can see, if you click on this, it opens up, there's no address bar, it feels like a native application, which is brilliant. So what's the need of PWA? Well, it's been observed that users hate delays and unreliability on mobile. The level of stress caused by mobile delays is comparable to watching a horror movie. You can get the stress level something like this when your mobile application is slow. It's also been observed that 50% of the smartphone users are more likely to use a company's mobile site when browsing or shopping because they don't want to download an app. And apps take too much phone memory. And that's the #1 issue that leads to uninstall those mobile applications. You can see that the cat says, "I'm full, sorry, I can't have more." Now, where an Android application install would at least require 3 steps, for example, redirection to Play Store, downloading, relaunching the Android app at the top of the funnel, PWA installation is done seamlessly in one click. And it does not take the user away from the current conversion funnel, which is good for business. So PWAs make it easier to come back to the site. Now, Google follows a simple rule, and that is focus on users and all else will follow. Google says, think user first. What are my customers' needs? How does PWA provide them? Now, based on the observations, it is found that users prefer experiences that are fire. Not this fire. Certainly not this one. But fire would actually relate to fast, installable, reliable, and engaging. Let's take a difference between the native apps versus PWA. So for native apps, you need to develop and maintain 3 separate code bases. However, for PWA, it's just a single code base, which is brilliant. Native apps have high friction of distribution. However, PWA are accessible on Android, iOS, and web, and on variety of browsers. Native apps are less discoverable. However, in PWA, content is discoverable and indexed by search engines. In native apps, only the app downloaded link can be shared. However, in PWA, direct link of any page or screen can be shared. Native apps are not bookmarkable. However, PWAs are. Native apps update the app through Play Store, while PWAs are always fresh. Native apps have high data usage. However, PWA have large data savings. So based on what we discussed, these are some of the features of PWA. They are progressive, they are responsive, so work across multiple devices, they work offline, both on web as well as on mobile. They're always fresh, the data is always fresh, and they are safe. So one of the key requirements of PWA is that it needs to be on HTTPS. They are discoverable, indexed by Google. They are re-engageable, so you can send push notifications to users and bring them back. They are durable, and they are linkable, so you can share those links. Now, what does this mean for business? PWAs make good business sense. Now, progressive web apps are on a lot of companies' roadmap to modernize their website and adapt to the user's new expectations. They often ask questions to themselves. Does it answer actual customer needs? Does it grow our business? Is it feasible and robust, etc.? So progressive web apps leverage modern web capabilities. So what are the business impact of a fast website? What you can do is that when working on your speed optimizations, start measuring your site speed frequently with appropriate tools and metrics to monitor your progress. For example, measure your metrics with Lighthouse, fix clear targets like having good core Web Vitals scores, and incorporate performance budget into your build process. You can isolate the impact of the incremental speed changes and calculate how much extra revenue your work has generated. It'll be interesting for you to know that eBay made speed a company objective for 2019. They used techniques like performance budget, critical path optimization, and predictive prefetching. What's exciting is that they concluded that for every 100 milliseconds improvement in search page loading time, add to cart count increased by 0.5%, which is a great thing for a business. Also, Paul Armstrong, the tech lead at PWA at Twitter, did a very thorough documentation in his case study, which is called Twitter Light and High Performance React Progressive Web Apps at Scale. So I will share the link with you. However, this basically describes the importance of collecting data while tuning your PWA to maximize the performance optimizations. What will be interesting for you to know that Google recently announced that in May 2021, any non-AMP content page that meets Google News content policies like Core Web Vitals, Page Experience Signals, etc., will be eligible to appear in the mobile top stories feature in the search. And what you should also know that Google will prioritize pages with great page experience as it ranks the results, which means the website having the better core web vitals and page experience is likely to appear higher in the result. So we talked about what are PWAs and what are the benefits it offers, right? And why is it important? Now, what if we had to build PWA? How do we do that? So we can build PWA in a few simple steps. First, we can create the web app manifest. So what is web app manifest? Well, it's just a JSON file that contains metadata. It basically tells the browser about your web application and how it should behave when installed on the user's mobile device or desktop. So a valid manifest for Chrome would be manifest.json, same for Opera, Mozilla it's manifest.webmanifest, Microsoft is manifest.webmanifest, etc. And this is how it looks like. So since this is a JSON file, it will appear in a key value pair. So you have short name, let's say Coditech. This will be used for home screen and launcher, etc. for your app. Then you have the name, which is Coditech Academy, which is going to be used at the app install prompt. You can put the information about the icons, which will be used for home screen, app launcher, task switcher, and splash screen. Also, you can pass the start URL for your site, theme color, background color for your app, display information, scope, like which directory is used for PWA, etc. And then all you have to do is just tell your browser about your manifest file. So just use the link tag and then link it. Now let's talk about browser support. Do you think all browsers will support PWA features? No, right? Now which browser do you think will be the last to support the PWA features? Yes, you're right. It's Internet Explorer. Always the last, isn't it? So as you can see that Internet Explorer is not supported. Edge has a support, Chrome has full support, iOS Safari has partial support, and so on and so forth. Now let's talk about service workers. So what are service workers? Well, service worker is a script that your browser runs in the background separate from your web page. So what does it do? Well, let's say there's a web browser and you have a remote server. Service worker is basically a middleware that intercepts the HTTP request, and then at that point you can cache the response and then serve the response from the cache itself. So you can do different things. You can have caching strategy, etc. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that more in a moment. All right, so let's see the life cycle of service workers. So there are different events in the life cycles. First is register. So at the time of register event, we register the service worker, and then at the time of install, we add the files to the cache. And when it's activated, we also delete the previous cache so that the data is never stale. All right, and then we register the service worker. So this is native JavaScript. We have service work. We check if service worker is available in Navigator. Then we go ahead and register it by passing the URL of the service worker file, and then we register it. And then in the next step, we go ahead and add the files to the cache. We go ahead and create a cache version and paths for the file to be cached. So we create a constant with the cache key, and we also create another constant which will contain the list of the URLs that needs to be cached. Then at the install event, we listen to the install event, and then we go ahead and cache the files, and then ensure that any new version of the service worker will take over the page and become active. In the next step, at the time of activate, we go ahead and delete the previous cache. So we listen to the event called activate, and then we go ahead and check if there's any new cache version. We go ahead and delete the previous cache in that case. All right, so this is how it looks like. So if you go to console and if you load your web application, you can see service workers installed, caching file, registered, activated, checking if there's a new cache version, and no new cache version found. All right, if you go to application from inspect element, this is where you'll find information if the service worker is registered. You've got the source, status, and then you can go to manifest, and this is our manifest.json file information. You've got short name, the theme color, background color, icons information, and all of that. Okay, and this is where it talks. This is where it tells you about the cache storage information. All right. So once the service worker is active, it has full control over pages. It can now handle events like fetch, push, and sync, etc. So to understand how it works, let's take this example. Let's say this is your web browser, and when a network request comes, so the web browser makes an HTTP request, service worker is going to intercept that request. It's going to say, hey, wait a minute. Before that request goes to the server, I need to do something. I need to check if that request URL is in cache. If it is in cache, then I'm going to serve the response from the cache itself. But if it isn't, then I'm going to make a request to the network, to the server, and I'm going to return the response from the network request. However, this time, I'm also going to cache the response so that the next time the request comes in, I can serve it from the cache itself. All right, so in the next step, we fetch the data from the cache. So we listen to the fetch event, and then we respond with by checking if the requested URL is into cache or not. If it is, it's going to return the response from the cache. Otherwise, it's going to make a fresh request to the server. Awesome. All right, so this is the fetch event. This is how the fetch event looks like. So you can see that it's fetching the response from these URLs. And if you go to the network tab into inspect element, this is how the service workers look like. The last thing, if you would like to have a custom add to home screen, you can add that. I will share the link for the GitHub repo so you can check out the code. I won't be going into the detail of this. It's pretty simple. All right, so now we go to the codytech.com. This is our progressive web app. We add to home screen as we got the pop-up. You can see it's adding to the home screen. And then let's go to our home screen. There's our application. Click on it. Perfect. This is the PWA. What we're going to do now is we'll go to offline mode and see if it works offline. There you go. Congratulations. This is working offline. We just built a PWA. Perfect. And you can expect a lighthouse score of something like this. Isn't that amazing? Let's clap for ourselves. We just built a PWA. Awesome. This is every developer's dream, isn't it? Yeah, really. Okay. So far we have learned about what are PWAs, what features do they offer, etc. Now, what if I'm not a technical expert? Like, I'm not a developer. I'm sure this question would come into your mind that I'm not a developer, right? So I can't build the PWA. How do I convert my existing WordPress website into PWA? Can I do that? How do I do it? Okay, so let's talk about that. So we have certain plugins available in WordPress, free plugins that you can use, which will convert your existing website, WordPress website, into a PWA. These are PWA from Google. You have Super PWA, WordPress Mobile Pack, PWA for WP and AMP, Progressive WordPress, etc. So let's say, in this example, let's say we install and activate Super PWA plugin. This is how your settings screens would look like. Remember, we discussed about the manifest.json where you had the application name, the icon information, background color. So basically, this is the information used for that file. Most of this information will be pre-filled, but if you want to customize it, for example, you like your application name to be different, and you would like to choose a different background color for your PWA, you can do that from here. Okay? All right. So let's say we've activated the Super PWA plugin, but what if I want to send push notifications to my users for my WordPress website? How do I do that? Well, before we jump onto that, there's something interesting I'd like to share with you. Based on the research, it is observed that smartphone users are more likely to purchase from mobile sites that offer relevant recommendations on products. And 85% of the smartphone users say that mobile notifications are useful, so they can get the right recommendations of what they were looking for. So let's see how we can go ahead and send push notifications for our WordPress website. Well, the good news is that there's a free plugin available, and that is called OneSignal. All you have to do is just install and activate this plugin. Just follow the basic step, like you just need to create the account at OneSignal, and then just fill up the basic information like app ID, REST API key, and then you can customize the settings as well. Once you've done that, and once you've got your Super PWA installed, and then OneSignal activated, the good part is that the Super PWA is compatible with OneSignal. Once that is set up, then your WordPress website is going to get converted into a PWA. So for example, I activated that. So if I now go to my WordPress website, you can see that I get an option for add to home screen. And this time I also get option for sending push notification. And when I accept these, add to home screen and accept to receive push notifications, it says thank you for subscribing, and it is adding this application onto my home screen. Now let's go to our home screen. There's our applications. Let's open it. You can see there is no address bar, so it looks and feels like a native app. That's our blog page. Now let's go offline. So I'm going to hit the offline mode, airplane mode. Let's close everything. Let's reopen it. And there you go. It still works even when you're offline. Awesome. Now, let's try to see how the push notification works. So ideally, I would expect that when I publish a new post, then a push notification to be sent to the user, right? Let's do that. So I'm going to publish this post. This is my WordPress post. I hit publish. Notice what happens. You get a message on top. There you go. It says successful send to 10 recipient. And on the right hand side, notice on mobile you got a notification. You click on that notification and you straight into this block. Isn't that amazing? It's absolutely brilliant. I mean, I can actually engage my users by sending them push notification, and it's automatically triggering that to all my subscribers when I go ahead and publish the post. Amazing. Perfect. So now let's talk a little more about browser compatibility. So it's compatible with Google Chrome for Android, Mozilla Firefox for Android, Edge for Android, Brave for Android, Samsung Internet. What about iOS? So iOS started supporting PWA from version 11.3. Only some features are supported on iOS, not all. For example, background sync and web push notifications are currently not supported. And you need to manually press the share icon and then add to home screen for iOS. Alright, there are some of the examples I'd like to share for PWA. So you have querytech.com, which is a PWA. You have Twitter Lite, Instagram, Uber, Uber, Forbes, Flipkart Lite, Smashing Magazine, and Pinterest, and there are more as well. At Articam, we build something called WP decoupled, and this works offline as well. So this is a PWA. So the front end is in React using Next.js, and the back end is in WordPress. So this is a WooCommerce application. As you can see that it's working offline as well. I have also built an open source Gatsby WooCommerce theme, which has the front end in React with Gatsby and back end in WordPress. And as you can see that these are all the categories of the products. You have these products that are available, you have pagination, and you can also go offline. So if I turn off the Wi-Fi and if I refresh the page, you can see that it still works. I can also search the products. It still works. I can also search the products. So I can do pennant, and you can see that it's searching offline as well. Yeah. And then you've got add to cart option. So these are your add to cart. You have checkout options. You have the payment gateway available. You have the cart available. And then you also got the Gutenberg support, so you can write blocks, and then it's going to show over here. And as you can see that these are all working offline. So you can add the products to your wish list, and when the internet comes back online, you can just order them, which is brilliant. Okay. And you don't need to build an extra code base for mobile application because this is a PWA, and you can actually add to home screen on your mobile and use this as a mobile application which even works offline. So let's see how that works. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed the demo, and this will give your website a better performance and better user experience. So for references, you can go to, so for PWA you can go to developers.google.com/web/fundamentals. You can check the code for the PWA that we built on Imran Sayed/PWA concepts on GitHub. For WP decoupled, you can go to rtcam/WP decoupled on GitHub, and for the Gatsby WooCommerce theme on Imran Sayed on GitHub as well. If you would like to learn WordPress, you can go to learn.rtcam.com, and it's a pretty extensive source for learning WordPress. You can check it out. If you would like to learn programming for different tech stacks, you can go to coditech.com and then courses, and you can learn about Babel, Chrome, CSS, Gatsby, progressive web apps, WordPress, and there are many more free courses available. Alright, so that's all. Congratulations everyone. We learned about what are progressive web apps, how to use them, how to develop a PWA, and how to convert your existing WordPress website into a PWA using WordPress plugin. So I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much. You can follow me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is Imran Sayed. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Wow. Yeah. Wow, Imran. Thank you very much for another fantastic session, as usual.
Okay.
And just like many other people, I enjoy your talks, listening to you, talking to you. So much to learn. The best part of listening to Imran is no matter what level of learning you are, basic or advanced, you always take something out of your talk. So we have some questions for you, Imran, about progressive web apps. So first question would be, what native app features can progressive web app have? For example, can progressive web apps access the camera or the mic of your
Right.
mobile? Yeah.
That's a good question. So progressive web apps actually offer more hardware access than commonly thought. We would think that probably we can't access the camera or we can't access the other features, but that's not really true. You can think of it in this fashion. So progressive web apps are basically web apps that behave like native apps. So it does include the features that your browser can support. And that's why, because PWA are sufficiently powerful platform, Twitter has moved all of their mobile web traffic to their React PWA. So in the hardware, it would include something like geolocation, which is supported by vast majority of browsers. You asked me a question about camera. So yes, you can access camera and microphone with the get user media stream and the upcoming media stream image capture APIs. So basically, you can use the APIs to access those features. You can access device vibration, screen orientation, accelerometer, battery status, compass and gyroscope, all of these. Now, there are some upcoming features as well that would come in later, like web Bluetooth, NFC, etc. There is a website called what web can do today. So if you go to that website, it's going to actually let you know what all is possible on web, and most of the things that possible on web you can access on the mobile uh, PWA app as well. Okay.
Great. Thank you for the answer. Let's move on to the next question. So, how to publish a progressive web app into the Google Play Store?
This is an interesting one because PWA have been with us for some time now, and I get this question a lot. And a lot of people even think whether it's actually possible or not. And this wasn't possible earlier, but Chrome 72 shipped a new feature called TWA. I'm sure some of you at least must have heard about it. The full form of this is Trusted Web Activities. So one of the key advantages of having it on Play Store is that native app size is smaller compared to the PWA, which gets added to the home screen. So that's one benefit. And the simplest way to use it is a Node.js project that Google has built called Bubble Wrap. There are other ways also, but Bubble Wrap is the fastest way. And it basically contains both the library and a CLI tool, which is used to generate an Android app from an existing PWA. Now you must be thinking how to connect my actual PWA site with this app. So this bubble wrap actually allows us to build a connection between Android application and the PWA using your PWA app URL that you pass it to it. And your PWA should pass the minimum requirement. So there are some minimum requirements, like it has to be HTTPS. It should score 80% plus performance on Lighthouse. You can also optionally have an Android phone setup to test your app, which means while you're building your Android application that goes as a native app and to be published on Play Store, you can actually test it as well as to how it's going to look and perform before even publishing it. You can also add the URL for Google Analytics. I thought this is a question that would come up, but you must be thinking, would ads run on the PWA? Can I actually know how many users have actually accessed that? So that is also possible. You can add a URL for Google Analytics to measure how often users are opening your app. And the best part is that me verbally won't be able to explain about it, but Google themselves have made a tutorial on how to do that. I would share a YouTube link with you maybe after the session where you can go in and they've actually shared with you the step-by-step how to go ahead and build your Android app from your existing PWA and then publish it on a Play Store. Yep.
Great. Okay, thanks for that answer. And one more question for you. Now, you already spoke about how the progressive web apps work with e-commerce. You gave a small demo of that. So could you talk a little bit about something very 2020? How do the progressive web apps work with the e-learning or LMS websites? Because they have a lot of network activity.
Yeah, that's a very good question, actually. I would say that PWA would not make sense everywhere. I would say PWA would make sense when there are blogs that you want to publish. So blog is something that the data can be stored in the cache, and then it can be served when you go offline. But things like when you're watching a YouTube video or something, so I am assuming in LMS there will be tutorials, etc. Those won't be available offline. When internet comes back, that's when you can play them. But when it comes to the content, like the text part of it, that is something definitely you can cache. So they can read the description. If there are some blog or content written, you can do that. Now coming back to WooCommerce. Now for WooCommerce, as I've shown in the demo, lot of the web application, for example, a lot of frameworks also, like Gatsby offers option of PWA, which means that you can still search the products offline. You can go ahead and add them to your wish list, because that's all handled by JavaScript. So anything that's happening JavaScript to the native web API, then that can be taken care of. But anything like adding to cart and then in making payment, that would definitely require internet. So we have something called background sync. So we can implement background sync, which means that even if you want to add to cart or do something like that, whenever the internet comes back, it can perform that activity. So background sync is something that is helpful at that point.
Great answer, Imran.
Yeah.
How do we convert a decoupled Gatsby WordPress application in PWA?
Yep. So the demo that you've seen is actually a Gatsby. Towards the end that I've shown you is actually the Gatsby WordPress PWA application. And there are three main requirements for a web application to be a PWA. The first is it must run on HTTPS. It must include, second is it must include the web app manifest, which I've shown you in my demo, and then also should have the service worker. So the best part is that Gatsby provides a lot of plugins that does all of this out of the box for you. So it provides a plugin interface to create and load a service worker into your site, and that plugin name is Gatsby plugin offline, and that's what I'm using in my application in the demo that I've shown you. And this plugin together with manifest plugin, and it handles most of the heavy lifting for you. So there's not much manual work required, except that you just let it know what color of background you want for the PWA, or what icon you want to provide it. So you can just feed in that information in the code base. But most of it, I mean, don't really have to write any code for that. So one of the great features about Gatsby is got tons and tons of plugins that it offers, which make your job easier.
Great. Thank you very much, Imran, for a fantastic session and very lively question answer session. It's always a pleasure to listen to you, talk to you, interact with you, and look forward to seeing you in person sometime soon.
Sure.
And so,
thanks, everyone.
Thank you again, and we thank our sponsors on the global stage, Fused and GoDaddy Pro, and our continent sponsors, Elementor and Cloudways, our subcontinent sponsors, Yoast, and our multilingual partner, Weglot. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some interesting prizes. Also, thank you to our media partners and micro sponsors. Okay, you all make our big orange heart full.
Thank you so much, Imran. And thanks to all for joining in. So I suppose this is the closure to the session by Imran. And signing off for this session, myself, Ahmed, and
Ahmed, the one question before you go, can I share the link of the tutorial where you can publish your PWA onto the Play Store? So I've shared that with you. If you would like, you can share that in the chat so people can.
Absolutely. I'm just forwarding that right now for the folks. Thanks again for sharing with us and sharing your knowledge. Like always, you are an inspiration to the community. I thoroughly enjoyed it alongside Yogesh. So I'm sure a lot of us can be benefited from what you've delivered today at WordPress for the single community that we want to host for a safe and virtual space.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good day to everyone, wherever you are. I'm Yogesh from Bangalore, India, and we have come together to celebrate the community that is WordPress with one big orange heart. This is WordFest Live, and our next speaker is amazing speaker, Masni Mustafa. Okay. Masni is a very much sought after trainer and specialized in human resources, leadership, coaching, and customer services. Masni is a certified coach, master performance coach, and masters in human resource development. She has been in the human resource arena for more than 2 decades in various industries such as hospitality, construction, engineering, education, and other government agencies. And with all this experience of 2 decades, she has sharpened her skills, competencies, and capabilities required for any industry. Her last position before leaving the corporate world was Group Manager, Human Resources, and Director of Operation Support in a public listed company. She has developed a coaching model in Malay language for purpose of using it in rural and local communities for Malay speakers, and is aptly called Masni model. She is the founder of Ken House Training and Services, and this agency is recognized internationally for dual language training in Malay and English. Today, Masni is going to talk about self-coach for success. Stay with us till the end of her speech, and there will be interactive question answer live session.
Let's enjoy the session by Masni. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever you are, what time is it in your location? I just wish you all the best and stay safe. Okay, my name is Masni binti Mustafa. I am from Malaysia. And a little bit about myself. I'm a coach. I'm doing leadership coaching, life coaching, and I'm also a book author. I'm also a trainer, and I am an HR consultant at the moment. I have very strong interest in coaching of the hearts, or what I want to call it today is a self-coach. So the topic that I'm going to share with you today is self-coach for success. And I know a lot of people are aware what is coaching. Maybe some are not, but let's just go through this session, and I hope it can be meaningful to each and every one of you. So I will talk about self-coach, but I want you to think about success, because the word success is very big and it has different meaning to different people. So I want you to close your eyes for a couple of seconds, which I will time you shortly. But just close your eyes and imagine what success means to you. Is that now? Okay. So you have your own definition of success. You have your visualization of what success is, and I can tell you that everyone is correct. No one is wrong where success is concerned to everybody, because some people think success as having a lot of money. Some people think success as having high position. Some people think success as um, being a good mother, achieving something, or buying new things, buying cars, buying a big house. So it's totally depending on each individual. And I can tell you, everyone is correct. According to Confucius, life is really simple, but we insist on making it complicated. I think it's true. I think it's true. It's really true. Why? Because I can talk about myself. There's certain things that is very simple to to others, but I tend to take it very differently. So there are certain situations when we feel it is simple to our eyes, but it's quite difficult on the other person's perspective. So life is such. However difficult it is, it's actually not that difficult, but we tend to make it so complicated. So we should actually learn how to look at things differently and learn to make things a lot easier for ourselves. So what is coaching? The simplest explanation about what is coaching is it's to explore your potential. And it is a positive interaction between a client and the coach. So if you look at this video, this session was recorded during the training session that I had on training the coach. So this session, you can see the person talking is the coachee or the client, and the person listening is the coach. So the coachee is doing a lot of facial expression, a lot of talking, because she has issues to let out, to tell the coach. And the coach is listening patiently, attentively, and for her to understand what is being said, she has to be really focused. It's tiring. Listening is tiring. But she has to listen and ask questions. So we call these questions as powerful questions, because with powerful questions, the coachee will think seriously and really express what she has in her mind to the coach. So by doing so, she will be able to find solutions to her problems or to her challenges or to her issues. So why do we meet coaches? Because we are stuck. We need someone to talk to. So that's what is happening here. And in normal situation, the coach, I would not say it's a normal situation. In every situation, the coach will use a sort of a model to assist the coach in her process of in the coaching process. Because if you do not have a model, then the conversation will be more of a chit chat session, especially where ladies or female are concerned. We tend to enjoy chit chatting, or I cannot say about everybody, maybe myself. I tend to enjoy chit chatting, and having a model to guide the session will actually assist the coach in bringing the client to the right path where the clients wants to go. So I'm using GASKI model, even though there are a lot of models out there. For example, as I mentioned, as a STAR model, GROW model, I'm using GASKI model. So G stands for goal, A for alternative, S for strategies, T for consequences, and I for implementation. So what is goal? Goal is what do you want, what the client want in terms of organizational terms or individual terms. It can be used in both ways. And alternative is what can you do? What can the client do to achieve the goals? Strategies, how do you plan to do it? how do you plan to achieve the goals and consequences? After you have deliberated on the consequences, on the strategies, so the coach will bring the client to look at the consequences. What are the consequences of the strategy? Whether it has positive impact or negative impact to the coachee or the client, or to the person next to the coachee, for example, the co-workers, the spouse, the children, the department. And after they have gone through the consequences process, they will look at implementation. How do you want to achieve it? What are the ways you can do to achieve it? So these are the model that can be used in coaching process. So does coaching work? Yes, it works. And it has been proven in most organizations in life coaching session, whereby the client will get uh, information or assistance from the coaching session. They tend to get results and what the things that they want to do after they had the coaching session. So it does work. And do we need a coach? Of course, if we can afford it, we really need a coach. But you have to be careful to choose the coaches, because there's so many coaches out there. And if they are not properly trained as coaches, they cannot keep your secrets. I think the most important thing for us is for people to keep our secrets, because coaches will keep your secret. They will keep your session confidential. And we need a coach when we are stuck in any situation. We have a lot of challenges in this life. Even though we want to make it simple, there's so many challenges in this life. And we talk to a coach so that the coach can actually guide us, facilitate us to achieve certain things in our life. So I'm not saying that you really need to, in any situation, you need to have a coach, but sometimes you need to have a coach. Whenever you are stuck, you really need to have a coach for you to talk to. You don't want to talk to just anybody. You don't want to talk to your good friends, or you don't want to talk to your siblings, or you don't want to talk to your spouses on certain matters. For example, when I was having some problem, um, I talked to one of my sisters, and sadly, the whole family found out. So after that, I learned I should not be talking. I should not be discussing my problem with my family members. I would rather talk to a coach. So that's how it is. So, so if we meet coaches for certain things that we need to talk about, but sometimes, what if we have certain things that we want to keep inside ourselves, some secret that we don't want anybody to know? We don't want a coach to know. After all, a coach is a human being. Even though they are not being judgmental, they are still someone. They are still a person. They are, how can I talk my secret to this coach? How can I share my secret, my darkest ever secret, or my something that I'm so shy to discuss? Whether I have a dream that I don't want to talk about this dream to anyone else. I'm so shy. I'm so embarrassed. So if that is the case, we need to do self-coaching. Because if we don't do self-coaching and we keep secrets in our heart, we want to do something but we don't know. So what should we do? We need to do self-coaching. That's the only way that we can do it. So how to do self-coach? Oh my, such a big question. How to do self-coach? Interesting, right? How to do self-coach? Very easy. You just need to be honest with yourself. You can keep secrets from your friend, you can keep secrets from your spouse, but you have something within you that you know. So that is the only thing for you to move forward. And you have, whether you like it or you don't like it, you have to be honest whenever you do self-coaching. So what is the secret to be honest with ourselves? Think about it. What is the secret? Oh, is there a secret? Okay, I would like to share something about your heart. So, do you know some of the important things about your heart? Some of you know, some of you may not. Okay, the heart is interesting, isn't it? The heart is a muscle whose job is to pump blood 100,000 times a day to all the organs in the body. There are 40,000 sensory neurons relaying information to the brain from the heart. Wow. The heart emits an electrical field 60 times greater in amplitude than the activity in the brain, and an electromagnetic field 5,000 times stronger than of the brain. Wow. So isn't it amazing? Something is kept inside your heart, but your heart is having all the great thing in the world. The heart can signal to your brain. So if you keep something in your heart, what will happen? The heart can send signal to the brain. So if let's say you don't like someone, it can send signal to the brain. So what does the brain do? The brain is the very naughty thing. The brain will think all sorts of things. So what we're going to do here is, if we want to self-coach ourselves, we first need to coach our heart. So we have to coach our heart to do what is best for us, to do what is right for us, to send the positive emotions to our brain. So how are you going to do that? We need to synchronize between the heart and the brain. And we must make sure that the brain knows what our heart wants. So if we have a goal, then we'll be asking our heart first before we ask our brain. Because the normal coaching process is all about the brain. It's all about asking questions and the brain thinking. That is the process between two person, the coach and the client. But if you have something inside your heart, your deepest secret, and you want to do something about it, you ask your heart. You don't ask your brain. And you want to clarify things with your heart. Is this what I want? Interesting, isn't it? very interesting. So, in my belief, I'm a Muslim by the way, in my belief, the hadith by our prophet is, he said, there is a piece of flesh in the body. If it becomes good, the whole body becomes good. But if it gets spoiled, the whole body gets spoiled. And that is the heart, you know. So in our hadith, if our there's a flesh in the body, and if the flesh is good, the entire system is good. So the flesh is heart. So we must take care of our heart to make sure that our whole body system is good. And in our Quran today, whereon neither wealth nor sons will avail except him who brings to Allah a clean heart. So look at it. Heart is very important. It's scientifically proven and it's also based on religious belief. So if you want to coach yourself, ask your heart. Ask your heart. Okay. So now let's look back at this model, the GASKI model, the goal, the alternative, the strategies, the consequences, the implementation. Now, bear in mind, all these things are practically whatever in your brain. So now you want to ask your heart because you want to coach yourself. If you want to coach yourself, you don't have anyone to talk to, only talk to yourself. So you need to have a piece of paper. Okay, you have this GASKI model. So you ask yourself, what do I want? What do I want? And then after you have your answer, you go back to, now what can I do? What can I do to achieve my goal? To achieve that one that I have just now. And then after that, I will go into strategy. How do you plan to do it? How do I plan to do it? Now I have my goal, I have my alternative. I've listed a lot of alternatives, and I need to choose which are the alternatives that I want to execute. And I would say, how would I plan to do this? And once I have done that, I will ask myself again, so what is the consequences if I do this? What will happen to myself? What will happen to my job? I don't know, whatever consequences that you have. And if you decide to discard that strategy, you just scrap it off and you take another strategy. Then you think, how do I achieve this? What do I do to achieve this? Simple, isn't it? Remember, ask your heart, not your brain. Okay. Let's look at some of the sample questions. And I ask you, goal question. Why is this goal important to me? So you have to sit down, really close your eyes. If you find it so difficult to answer, close your eyes and just imagine, why is this goal important to me? What do I want? What do I want out of this goal? Is this really what I want? Why do I want it so much? Dear heart, help me. Dear heart, help me. Why do I want this thing? Is this good for me? And if you think that it's good, then your heart says, I just want it. It's very important to me. I want to do it. I have to do it. Then you just proceed. So in your next piece of paper, you just ask the alternative questions. Do I have a better alternative? Okay, you just think about it, yeah? Do I have a better alternative? And if I say yes, I have. And ask yourself again, so what is it? What is the alternative? And you can ask, what are the things that I can do to achieve my goal? What can I do? What are my obstacles? And you ask again yourself, how to remove my obstacles. Remember, you You have to understand is that is what your heart wants, because your heart will communicate to your brain. Okay, so once you say yes, then your brain will keep on thinking and churning the ideas. So what else can I do? Among all these alternatives, which one is the best for me? So you may have a few alternatives, one, two, or three. You may have to. So you just choose which one is best for you, and you just strike through that that is not relevant or that is not suitable for you. You just this is a sort of brainstorming session for yourself, what you want to achieve and how you want to achieve it. Yeah. And after you've gone through the alternatives, you go to your next page, another piece of paper, you write your strategy. Again, so you have chosen your alternative. So you look at the best way to do it. How best can I do this? So one of the alternative strategy. So how best can I do this? So you write down. You write down. Because if you don't write, you just only think in your mind, then it will not help you. You will work better if you see what you need to do. Because that's how we work. We have to write. What are my strengths? What are my strengths? You know yourself. You know what you are capable of, or you know what you are not capable of. And what are the resources that I need? You know what are the things that you need to have, and you know who can help you. And you have to think what is the thing that I should do first. I have all these things, so what should I do first? Get it? Easy, isn't it? It's very easy. Of course, it's not easy in the first trial, but once you are familiar with it, it's quite easy for you. After you have listed down all the strategies and what are the things that you need to do, you then can look at you then can look at the consequences. What is the consequences of my actions? Will I hurt or harm anyone in the process? If yes, if I hurt someone, if I will hurt someone, or if I will harm someone, do I really want to proceed with this? You should ask your heart, because if you ask your mind, as I said just now, is a very naughty thing. Your mind can do a lot of wonders and can do a lot of tricks, but the heart is the most beautiful thing that God has ever created. So it will tell you what is the right thing and what is the wrong thing. So you ask your heart if it's really what you want to do, you can proceed. And if you want to scrap some of your strategies, you can just scrap it and you go to the next stage. So you may have one or two strategies that you have scrapped after you ask yourself. You may want to proceed with a few more. So let's say you have 3 strategies because you have scrapped the few others. Then you go to implementation. How would I execute my strategies? When am I going to start doing this? What is required of me? So what is my commitment? And what are the deadlines? So these are the things that you can do to actually settle your problems, settle your issues, and achieve the things that you want to achieve. Can you see that? That is cascade model, the implementation. This is the most important, to me personally, this is the most important part of any coaching session, be it, coaching session with a coach or self-coaching session. Because this is when you're going to decide what you need to do, when you're going to start doing it. So this is implementation stage. And you can have a template for you to write down what are the tasks. For example, I have here, what are the tasks that is being identified. And you can list down what are the steps and what are your resources and when is the deadline. It does not mean when you do self-coaching, you do not have to plan. You have to plan. It's like normal coaching session, you have to plan. because this is the effort that you take. And bear in mind, if this is a coaching session for yourself, and it must be a great one because you are talking to your heart and you are talking to your mind. So the synchronization between your heart and your mind will give you a great result. You get it? Okay. So that is coaching, self-coaching session that I would like to share with you. And I hope this has benefit you in a way. But if you are still do not know how to go about it and you need some assistance, you can contact me personally. I am happy to share about self-coaching and about the heart because I am currently really focusing on coaching the heart. It has been my plan to execute the program, and it has been my plan um, to make this world a better place for everybody by understanding, by helping people to coach their heart, to make it um, to make their life better and to make their relationship better and hopefully to make the world a better place to live in. So with that, I would like to thank you and I would like to say uh, good day, good evening, good morning or good night and have a safe, be safe because of the pandemic situation or was are stuck at home. We also do go out, but we have to be careful with whom we mingle with. We have to stay safe.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back with Ahmed and Yogesh as your EMC. But most importantly, we have Masni Mustafa here in front of us. Masni, thank you so much for that energetic and inspiring session. I think I almost fell asleep because your voice is soothing, and that's a compliment from me. So, Masni, we will begin the Q&A session once you are ready.
Okay.
Great. So we will see the question appearing in front of us. Dave, who's working in the backstage for us, who's our AV producer. Thank you, Dave. So the first question is actually from me. From your experience, how often do you find people becoming overly surprised with the concept of self-coaching your heart?
Okay. Normally we just do coaching with someone else, and when we do it our own heart. In fact, yesterday I had a coaching session with one of my clients, and she said she was really happy because when you ask your heart, you really know what you want in your life. Because all the time when we do coaching, it's always about the mind, exploring the mind. But when we explore the heart, we know what is the good and the bad things that we should decide for our life.
Right. Yogesh? I think you're muted, Yogesh.
Next question,
Yeah.
please, Dave. So, Masni, this is my question too. Where does meditation fit in this self-coaching?
Okay, we often do meditation. Some people don't do it, but I think throughout my life, for a few years back, I've learned meditation. And if we can meditate, we can self-coach ourselves better.
Very
So
good.
if you for example, if you want to meditate, you do some breathing with your heart. It's proposed that you do it every morning so that your entire day will be a calm day.
That's
Thank you so
wonderful
much
answer.
for the answer. Yes, obviously, that's wonderful. Let's go to the next question, shall we? Right, we're just standing by. The question is going to appear on the screen for us. Right,
No
so
more.
I think I have another question for you. How
Mhm.
expensive is it to go through professional coaching for the heart? Do you recommend anyone that you know?
Coaching, coaching course is quite expensive. I don't know how to recommend. You can come to me.
Definitely. I mean, we wanted to hear it from you, of course.
Yeah.
Right. So there is another question that I can see in the live chat. Yogesh, would you like me to read? That's there. There you go,
I'll,
Yogesh.
yeah, I'll read this question. How do you like to implement ideas in any of your project? I mean, what is the framework?
Framework of, is it a framework of self-coaching or what?
Framework for implementing the ideas. The eye of Gasky.
Or do you mean the Gasky model?
Yes, the I part of Gasky. Gasky model. Yes.
Implementation. Implementation.
Implementation. Yes.
Okay. It's actually how you're going to start doing your project, whatever that you want to do. You have to ask what are the resources that you need, what is the level of the commitment that you want, and what are the things that you can do, who can help you, what is the timeline, what is the time frame. It's more of project implementation, but you have to ask your heart how to do it. So this Gasky model is actually a translation from Masni model, which is my name. So it's a translation I translated because Masni is I do it in Malay language. So I translated to English. It becomes Gasky model.
Okay.
Right. Thank you so much. I believe that's all the question that we have. I There's one more that I can see, which is actually from Savira. Let me just pass it to the team. So the question is, how can a content creator self-coach themselves?
How can a content creator self-coach yourself? Everybody can do self-coach. You just need to sit down and follow the model and the questions that I've just some questions that I proposed just now. You just need to sit down quietly and think of what you want and what is the goal that you want to do. For example, it's about content. Then you think what are the content that you want to do. Then you go through the alternative, the strategy, and what are the consequences of doing this or not doing this, and what is the consequences of you going it to public or selling it. I don't know what kind of questions you need ask for content, but then you can once you have all the strategies, you can go into implementation. It's a tool for everyone, not just for leadership, not just for a mother. It's for everyone.
That's right. So, Masni, thank you very much once again. Yeah, there is a question here, but before that, you shared a very valuable knowledge and tools with us, and thank you so much for that. Yeah.
Welcome.
So the question is, what if I don't have any goals? How do I create goals? I don't have goals. How do I create some?
Naturally, a lot of people have goals, but if you don't have goals, you may have challenge. You may have issues that you want to settle. You may have a situation whereby you are stuck. Even even whether to pursue your studies or not to pursue your studies is also a challenge. So there is a goal, and whether you want to marry someone or you want to marry someone is also a challenge. That is also can be a goal. So you look at where you are stuck and what is the challenge that you face in life. That is your goal to settle. I hope I answered the
Uh,
question.
Yes, great.
Absolutely. That question was from Faizan Fahim, and I must forward the good words that are coming in the chat from a lot of people, not just from Asia, also from EMEA. Nicole says, hello, WordPress community, and good morning. A lot of the other people who have watched your presentation today, they have
Mhm.
appreciated your time. So do we from Yogesh and myself. I want to thank you so, so much for being patient enough and supporting the community through sharing your knowledge. Once again, we thank our global sponsors, Fuse and GoDaddy Pro, and our continent sponsors, Elementor and Cloudways, our subcontinent sponsor, Yoast, and our multilingual partner, WeGlot. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. Also, thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors. You make all our big orange hearts full. I don't know if that looks like a heart, but I tried. So, since I don't see any more questions, I think we can wrap it up. Masni, we both are a fan. Thank you so much for teaching us new
Thank you
ways
so
of
much.
learning ourselves. Absolutely. And unless if you have anything more to add, we can wrap this session.
I would like to say thank you for Orange Hub for giving me this opportunity to share, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you
Awesome.
again.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Take care and tune in again for the next session starting in a few minutes.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
Yogesh and Ahmed for the session by Masni Mustafa. Closing in. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
Hello, everyone, and welcome once again to the Asia-Pacific sessions at WordFest, a 24-hour event celebrating WordPress and a community that we can all spend time, enjoy, and coordinate, collaborate together in a safe and virtual space, all brought to you by Big Orange Heart. So the next session, before we go to the session, my name is Ahmed, and I work as a business development manager here at WeDevs. I'm also an official team representative for Make WordPress Global Design Team. We also have Yogesh, who will be taking forward with the Q&A session. But the speaker that is going to host the session right now and present is none other than Mr. Akshat Choudhury. Akshat is the founder and CEO of Blog Vault, Migrate Guru, and MailCare. Akshat loves building products that solve real problems for real people and has been building systems and products since 2005. His core beliefs behind building any product are to make sure the end user doesn't need assistance and to assist them in the best possible manner if they need it. Akshat's presentation is updating WordPress, not the easy way, the hard way. He will join us for a live Q&A session facilitated by my fellow EMC buddy Yogesh immediately after this session. Please post questions and comments in the chat. So once again, enjoy the session by Akshat Choudhury, updating the WordPress the hard way.
Hi, I'm Akshat, and today I'll be talking about something which we as WordPress users would have done very so many times. I'm going to be talking about updating WordPress sites. I'm the founder of Blog Vault. We are a WordPress backup service, and I've been using WordPress for over 10 years now. You know, we are all familiar with seeing this update counter whenever we log into our WordPress admin. And it reminds me of this, this counter whenever we open our phone, which shows the unread messages. How much ever you try and address it, that number just keeps piling up. And yeah, WordPress updates bring a very similar feeling. So why don't we just click updates? Click update and be like, okay, yeah, that's done. It's solved. It's not like going through hundreds of emails or messages. This is pretty simple, right? And I'll tell you what, if this is the only thing you can do, if you have to do if this is the only way you can run the updates, I would suggest just go ahead and do it. Something is better than nothing. But in case you want to really do this well and reduce the chances of things going wrong, then it's good to have a plan. Now, there's actually in this plan, even before we get started to do anything, there's actually a step 0. And this step 0 is where it starts even before you actually see an update notification. It determines whether you will get that update notification or not. Now, step 0 depends on how you build your site, what plugins you use, what themes you use, and depending on those decisions, uh, the number of updates you see or whether your site get any update will be determined. So we all know that WordPress gets updates. The core WordPress that gets updates regularly. It gets 3 major updates a year. It has been following that cycle for that cadence for a long time. It gets 3 major updates, a bunch of minor updates throughout the year, and we get notified around about those updates at regular intervals. But this is not true for the plugins and themes that you use. Now, whether your plugin or theme gets updates at all, the frequency of updates, all of that is dependent on how you go about selecting that plugin or theme. Do you download the plugin or so one of the things that determines this is where you download the plugin or theme from. If you download it from a good resource, like if you download it from the WordPress repository, there's a higher chance of you getting an update. Or if you download it from a reputed website, there's a good chance. But if you get it from a null those websites which distribute premium plugins for free or low price, then there's a good chance that you might end up with a plugin or update which never gets updated. The second one is a slightly controversial part. This is where we think you should get a popular plugin or add-on, something which is used by tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands and even millions of users or WordPress sites. Now, the more popular plugin or theme is, the more likely it is for it to receive an update. And there are multiple factors behind it, but it's just that people want, when you see something getting popular, the developers get encouraged based on that feedback. We have also obviously seen popular plugins or themes not getting updates, but if you look into it, you will see that happens not that often, So it's a rare thing. You want to download a plugin, use a plugin or theme which is frequently updated. On WordPress repository, you can see the last date on which a plugin or theme was released. If it was updated recently, then you know that okay, yes, this plugin or theme is getting worked on, and you will get an update. The next one is getting it from a reputed developer. Again, we have developers or we have companies which are very, very large and popular, and if everyone just opted to buy the plugin or theme from them, obviously the smaller fish or the smaller companies would find it difficult to survive. But nonetheless, we still think that the reputation of a developer plays a role when it comes to how often a plugin or theme gets updated. Finally, free or paid. You would think that if a developer is getting paid for the software, then there's a high chance that they would keep releasing updates because it becomes a continuous revenue stream. And that's true. But there are a couple of things to keep in mind when it comes to paid plugins or themes. One, a paid plugin will often not be part of the WordPress repository. In this case, they might not have the infrastructure to do an auto update, and manually updating it by going to that website and downloading it is non-trivial, and it just becomes a friction point. The second thing with paid plugins or themes is that many of them have as a yearly license. So in case you don't purchase or renew the license, then you won't get the updates. Okay, so we have got this basic step out of the way, and now we are all set up, hopefully, with plugins or themes which get regular updates. Okay, now we are busy with our work, and it often happens that we forget to do the updates. We are not able to make time for doing updates. We have a lot more important things to do. Sometimes even just creating content and working on our websites. But given the importance of your website, it is very useful to set up a regular schedule. It reminds you to this schedule, or a reminder on your calendar will ensure that you have a process in place to get your website updated. Now, the frequency, how frequently you update your website can be, we have seen companies do it, or websites do it on a weekly basis. We have also seen websites do it uh, with lower frequency, maybe once in a month. And there are disadvantages of doing it once in a month. But I would be like, even if you only have resources to do it once in a month, go ahead and do it. It is still better than not doing it. The other thing when it comes to scheduling when to do an update is what time you should do the update. The obvious thing to be is, okay, fine, we'll do it at when there is no traffic or low traffic. And this is the case with almost any software life cycle. You will see that people do updates when when the traffic is low, or when nobody's using that software. But here again, there's one more thing you should keep in mind, and that is support availability. So that your team members or the people who can help you solve the problem if something goes wrong might not coincide with a low traffic time slot. So in this case, you might want to balance both the things out and make sure that you have someone to help you troubleshoot in case things go wrong. Okay, so now we go on to the next step, which I think is a very important step and almost a critical step. And that is to take a backup before doing the update. This is your insurance policy. This is going to really save you in the tricky, difficult situation. Things will go wrong. And in fact, if you look at the data, you will see that more sites break because of an update than for any other reason. And in this case, if you have a backup, you can just roll back from the backup and you'll be good to go. So having a good backup before an update can really help you in a difficult or sticky situation. It is your fail-safe. Before I go ahead, I will take a slight detour. Okay, what I'm talking about all might represent the ideal case, but this is not necessarily what you want to use for all websites, or it might not be applicable everywhere. Okay, we have seen there are simple sites, there are brochure sites which don't use any complex, which don't use complex plugins or themes, which barely use any plugins, which use stable plugins. Or you have other websites such as, they're not that important. Even if they were to go down for a day, hardly anyone will notice. And for all these cases, I often see myself just hitting the update all button. You're like, okay, fine, let's just update everything. The chances of it failing is very low. I don't want to go through the entire process, which can be time consuming. And sometimes, for these websites, I don't even go back and check if the site is running fine. after the process. Uh, so yeah, what we are going to cover ahead does not apply to every in every situation, and it's good to have that understanding. For these websites, you can also, these might be the perfect candidates to set up auto updates. You know, with WordPress 5.5, there was an auto update which was released for plugins and themes. So now you can just set it up on this website. You have much less to fear. Okay, now we get back to our updating, doing updates in case you want to follow a better plan. Okay, and the first step, so once you have got your backups in place, the next step is to go through the changelog. Every update, every plugin or theme, when it gets updated, they release a changelog. And reading the changelog is a daunting process. Let's be clear, it's not easy. But in fact, it can be tedious, and many of the changelog are barely contains any useful information. But it's still good to look into it because it helps with two situations. The first situation it really helps with is security updates. So whenever there is a security patch to fix a vulnerability, uh, the changelog covers this uh, well, and they will have this mentioned in that changelog. So when you see this, it almost is like a, a reminder to you to do that update at the earliest. At other times, the plugin or theme might have a major update, something it might have a new feature release, or it might uh, do some major changes to the way it functions. And in this case, the chances of it breaking your website goes up significantly. Okay, so uh, there can be updates which involve like data migrations, and uh, these things are complex processes and time consuming too. So it is good to be well prepared to handle such situations. The, around this, there's also, so if there is a major update, like whenever on my phone, like Android or iOS phone, whenever it receives a major update, a new version is released, I will delay the update by a few days uh, because it helps the early bugs get fixed. There are people who update their phones more often, and they will identify these issues and they get fixed before it before my before I do the update. So then the risk is reduced at my end. The same logic can apply to your WordPress site too. Okay, going ahead, we have to the next step, and this is actually the most important step if you ask me, and that is to use a staging site. Now, a staging site is an exact replica of your website. It's just in a different location. When you make any changes to your staging site, it does not affect your live site. So staging site plays a very important role when it comes to doing updates. And for all our critical sites, we make sure that we use staging sites to do updates. It is the ideal environment to test updates on. Here, on a staging site, you can run an update without the fear that it will break anything. And worst case, if it breaks something, you can discard the staging site and try the updates again at a later time. The other thing is, uh, on the staging site, you can also debug what has really gone wrong. And you don't need to do it with a gun on your head because you don't have a production or live site which is down. So you don't have to worry about the implications of a site being down. Now, so is using a staging site all unicorns and rainbows? Actually not. There are a few challenges with staging site. The first one is that there is no easy way to make staging sites. There are few managed WordPress hosts who come with staging site functionality, and this those hosting companies definitely make it much easier to create a staging site. There are few staging plugins which have come out which make staging sites easy, so you can use those too. But uh, the process is still complex. So in the so that's one of the first problems you'll come across. Uh, the second thing is that the environment, it's never a perfect replica. So you're changing the URLs, you're in a different environment altogether. You might not even be receiving traffic. So a staging site is never a perfect replica. And so whatever tests you run here, whatever updates you do here, there's a small chance that it might not apply perfectly to the live site. Uh, this is another one. So we spoke about how the premium plugins, the good and the bad of it. One of the challenges of premium plugins is that suppose you are doing it on a staging site and you're trying to update a premium plugin. A few premium plugins throw errors there because they need you to have an additional license uh, to update uh, on the staging site. And yeah, so this comes with additional cost. Sometimes it comes with overhead of doing a fix. Finally, doing this process, you can imagine, is one additional step to your process, and it makes it more time consuming. So you need to create a staging site, you need to do updates here, then you go back to a live site and do another update. You can imagine it can become it can take up quite a bit of time, but you have reduced risk for sure. And this is something which we recommend doing for all uh, all your websites which are important, where you don't want to take a risk. So this is again something which is quite common in this in among people who deploy software, and that is to set up a maintenance page. So during the process of doing the update, things can break, and or that transition period of the update, things can become unstable. So while your website might be perfectly okay at the end of the uh, update process, during the transition phase, things can uh, become unstable, and uh, it becomes even more, it can become even more pronounced if you're running an e-commerce store. People might have things in their checkout page. They might be about to uh, go to the payment page, and or they might have completed payment. Some of those callbacks, and it can fail if the site is undergoing uh, this maintenance. So it's good to put up a page which tells your visitors that your site is getting updated, and it just allows them to have appropriate expectations. They will come back later, which we all and complete whatever they wanted to accomplish. It also gives you leeway in case things go south. Then having a maintenance page means that you can work in the background and resolve the issue, and then once everything is proper, you can remove the page and things will be okay. So uh, so yeah, this is again something which we think is a very good practice to follow. This takes me to the next step, which is visual regression testing. Now, through visual regression testing, we check. So the basic idea is to check if a site is broken. So we spoke about updates being one of the biggest reasons why a site breaks. Now, how do you know that a site has broken, right? And you need to check. So after doing the update, you need a mechanism to go ahead and go about checking whether the site is broken or not. And a site can break in many ways. The whole site can break with the white screen of death. Maybe a couple of pages or a few of the pages break after the update. Maybe only a part of the page breaks after the update. And finally, maybe the pages look fine, but some workflow breaks after the update. Maybe the checkout process stops working, or you're not able to log into your WP admin, or the form to collect leads, maybe that breaks after the update. So this brings us to this. So how do you solve for this? You solve this obviously by testing after you do an update. Now testing is difficult and time consuming. And anything that is difficult and time consuming and manual, we tend to avoid. So we often see that we'll do an update and we'll not go ahead and actually test whether your site is functioning correctly after the update because of this, the nature of the problem. And this is where such problems are best solved through automation. And the automation when it comes to testing websites is one of the ways of testing it is visual regression testing. So the basic idea is that you take a screenshot before doing the update and you take another screenshot after you have completed all the updates. Once the both are done, then you compare the two screenshots. If there is any difference, then the software will alarm you. Okay, so and you can do this for as many pages that you have. Okay, so here you can see that this is an example of a visual regression test being run where you have image before of the site before and after, and you can see that the font size had changed, and the visual regression test is able to catch that. So there are many advantages of running a visual regression test. It can be fast, so you don't need to do there's no manual work involved. Also, it can cover multiple pages, something which you might not do otherwise, and can also cover multiple devices. So sometimes you might test it only on your desktop, but you might also want to some things might break on a mobile device. So which through visual regression test, because it happens in an automated manner, you can also test on multiple devices. There are a few disadvantages of running a visual regression test. If your site has animation sliders, we have often seen that running a visual regression test on it breaks because the screenshots are not easy to capture in those situations. Also, these tests, you can imagine, are actually fairly difficult to run. While there are quite a few software out there, still parts you need to build and create. So it's not easy to run a visual regression test. So this brings me to slightly some more advanced topics. So things which apply to more complex websites, websites which might have lead forms, websites which might be a WooCommerce store. So for this, a visual regression test might not be sufficient. You will need to go beyond this. You will need to set up automated testing of the important workflows. There are tools out there, but as part of this presentation, I'm not going to go any further into this. There are other important things to test when you do an update. For example, you might need to check the SEO of the website if that is fine. There are updates based on People now do updates you through Git, and I think that's a fantastic way of doing it. But again, we have seen that Git-based updates are used only by a very small fraction of WordPress site owners. And other topics around updates which can be discussed, but maybe I'll leave that to question and answer. Right, so that's it from me. Thank you. I'm here to answer any questions.
Hi, Akshat. Thank you very
Hi,
much.
Yogi.
Hi. So thank you very much for that excellent detailed talk with all the technical tips, and it was a lot of knowledge packed into one talk. Not only knowledge, but very good to do tips. Yes. So now we have a few questions which will be coming up on the screen, and will yes, the first question is here. What's the best way to update a plugin if I have edited my plugin code for whatever reason?
All right, so I briefly covered it in the advanced topics, but if you have edited a plugin code, I think the one most important thing you need to do is make sure that you rename the plugin. Because if you don't rename the plugin, and if suppose it comes from the repository, then the plugin will look for the update in the repository and it will get overwritten. So that's
Okay.
that's one very important aspect, that if you're modifying the plugin, change the plugin name, and you can do it in the readme.txt file, and also change the slug if you can, the folder name. That's the base check. Secondly, ideally this is done through Git. Okay, so you have a Git-based workflow and you have many web hosts now support Git-based workflow, so you can push the code to Git, and then you can set up automation, or I think the different hosts have different systems how you can handle this well. So if I were you, I would set up. It might be slightly more work, but I think it's the most reliable way to deal with the situation.
Thank you very much for that detailed answer. And so the next question, what software or process would you recommend to download a full backup of my WordPress website to my computer?
All right,
This is
so
about cloning the site. Yeah, please.
yeah, so there are again many tools out there. You have web hosts which allow you to do backups. Almost every web host allows you to download the backup in some capacity. You also have a lot of plugins out there. They're free. I'm obviously biased because BlockVault is one of the backup products, and it lets you do this. But I think depending on the depending on your need, you can use many of the plugins out there. They are fairly easy to use, and let you get a backup as a zip file, which you can then unpack for either unpack or keep around as an archive.
Okay, that's thank you very much for that answer too. Yes. So next question: what tools or softwares exist for automation testing, for regression testing, and for user behavior simulation?
Okay, actually, I can't think of the tool right on top of my head. The visual regression testing. There are again a bunch of tools. Google will bring up so many of these. There's one very famous open source one, and unfortunately, I can't think of it on top of my head. The user behavior simulation. I think Selenium is a very commonly used tool. Selenium makes it fairly easy to do it. So for user behavior, I would highly recommend using Selenium. There are a couple of paid tools out there. Again, Google is your best friend with it, and they all work pretty well. Like if you find the top results, you find them all to work pretty well. Uh, so yeah, I don't have a specific tool in mind apart from Selenium, which we end up using ourselves.
Great. That's a very good tip. Yes. Dave, any more questions? All right, we'll wait for a minute. So, Akshat, how is Bangalore weather?
Bangalore, it has been a slightly longer winter for Bangalore, but otherwise, I think now we are seeing it warming up a bit. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Bangalore
yeah.
typically tends to get warm by early January.
Yes, by mid-Jan. Yeah. So we Bangalore. Yeah, we are from same city, though we don't meet often. Yes, we Bangaloreans, we are used to the eternal spring, so we complain when the temperature goes little lower or little higher. Yes,
Absolutely, Bangalore is
it's a
always
blessing. Eternal
always
spring.
pleasant.
Yes,
So never too warm, never too cold. Sometimes you almost wish that you had like a better winter, just to
I
get the
wish I
flavor
would.
of the season.
I would love some snow. Yes.
Don't we all?
Uh, yeah. Akshat, thank you very much once again for your fantastic talk and really, really useful tech tips for keeping your website as stable as possible. As much we can handle, especially the hard way. Always doing the things the hard way. So thank you once again, and I'll take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. So we thank the,
Thank
our global sponsors, Fused and GoDaddy Pro, our continent sponsors, Elementor and Cloudways, our subcontinent sponsors, Yoast, our multilingual partner, Weglot, and please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them and spin the wheel. You'll get some prizes. We also thank our media partners and our micro sponsors, and we thank everybody here. You all make our big orange heart full. So, once again, thank you, Akshat, and this is the end of
Thanks,
this
Yogesh.
wonderful session.
Thanks, Yogesh, and thanks to the entire Big Orange Heart team. Uh,
Yes,
been wonderful here. Thank you.
lovely, lovely, great.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
Hello, everyone, again. So we are back here with WordFest Live. I love the name WordFest. It's a festival of WordPress. It's a celebration at the time we really needed it. Everybody has gone through so much. The whole world has been in distress. But this is the time we celebrate that we are together and we can overcome any adversity in future. So this is WordFest Live Asia specific time. So this is approximately 1:30 in the afternoon in India. So some people who are watching maybe in the morning or in the evening or at night. Our next speaker is Shanta Natwani. Shanta is equipped with the Bachelor's of Commerce in Information Technology Management and a black belt in Karate. There's nothing that Shanta Natwani can't do. She is a full stack developer who specializes in WordPress, Node, and React with a love for life and learning. A natural teacher, Shanta spent 6 years teaching WordPress courses in Sheridan College, as well as having them. She has given more than 40 WordCamp talks. Her topics include data architecture, custom post types, and advanced custom fields, as well as beginner topics like post versus pages and how to create a website in 30 minutes. She has served as a QA supervisor in software company for 2 years, and now she has launched her own company, Namara Technologies Incorporated, where Shanta serves as the president and the CEO. When Shanta is not working, she can be found volunteering or co-organizing for the Hamilton WordPress meetup group, taking lovely photographs, and of course, practicing martial arts. You can say hi to her on Twitter, and her website is shanta.ca. So Shanta will share with us today how she started her business during the pandemic. And after her talk, there will be live active Q&A, question answer session. So stay for the talk and the question answers. Shanta, the stage is yours.
Hi everyone, this is Shanta. I'm glad to be with you here at WordFest to give you my presentation on how I started my business during a pandemic. This talk will last approximately 30 minutes and we'll have some time for questions after. This isn't a typical talk that I give because usually I end up giving a talk where I'm giving instructions. This one is a little bit more of a community and journey talk that I wanted to give. And it will tell you a little bit about how I went through this and starting it during a pandemic. So let's get started. This year I launched my own company, Namara Technologies, Inc., a web solutions company specializing in WordPress. I am now the president and CEO of Namara Technologies, Inc. I'm a former professor at Sheridan College, and I'm also a co-organizer for WordCamp Hamilton here in my local city in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. And I've given more than 40 WordCamp talks. If you want to find me, you can locate me on Twitter at shanta.ca or Namara Tech, which is the name of the new company, or Namara. My personal website is shanta.ca, but you can also find me at namara.com. If you had asked me in high school what I wanted to do with the rest of my life, the first thing I would have said is, I don't want to work for my father. My father had 22 years of municipal service working in real estate and buildings departments. In 1989, he decided to go out on his own and then registered the company by handing over papers to a search company, like paralegals. And in those days, you didn't do it online. You just simply handed it in, and they just did it whenever they got to it. Well, it just so happens that that year, it got registered on my birthday. Now, my dad's a big believer in that, so of course, you've got to think, maybe this could be a sign of something or other. So we think it was fitting. And at the time, when he finally started his business in the following September, he was 46 years old. After high school, I worked in a women's clothing store for about 6 months before my father came to me and said, listen, my assistant's falling behind a bit. There's a bunch of little minutia stuff that needs to be done. I want you to come and work for me. And after a lengthy conversation with one of my managers after I'd been late one day, I decided I'm handing in my notice. I am done. I am not doing this minimum wage stuff, commission for 1% to 2% or whatever. And so I did. I actually went and worked for his company for about 6 years. While I was there, I did my business management certificate at Ryerson University and continuing education. And one thing I had to do was further my education while I worked for him. I learned about project management, due diligence, contracts, consulting, and much more. One big thing that he showed me was how the old boys club worked. I may never be one of them, but I learned to understand the mentality and how it operated. I've always been a bit of a tomboy and typically have chosen male-dominated fields, so this was important for me to learn. I realized 6 years later that I didn't want to do real estate anymore. I said, Dad, I love you dearly, but I can't do this for the rest of my life. And it was the worst breakup I have ever had in my life. I realized that I wanted to go into computers, and he said, great. How can we do that? So since I left my father's company 20 years ago, I'd gone into my IT career at school, gone back to school at Ryerson University, earning a bachelor's degree in information technology management. I worked as a data analyst at a hospital, did 2 political campaigns, a professor, and then finally a QA manager at a software company here in Hamilton. I'd given more than 40 WordCamp talks, and I'd built a pretty good reputation for myself. So now we're in 2020, by the time we're talking here. I've been laid off from my job about a month before the pandemic. So at least I have EI support, which is employment insurance support, to get me through the figure out the next move. I started looking for jobs, then the pandemic hit, and of course the hiring all stopped. I've been involved with WordPress and its community for about 10 years, so I felt like returning to that after a 2-year hiatus might make me, give me some inspiration and maybe some connections. And I remember attending WordCamp San Antonio, Texas. And this was one of, if not the first, WordCamp that had been done online in the pandemic. It had caused shutdowns all over the world, and I was listening to a bunch of people saying, you can do this. Now, they may not have been talking to me directly, but I felt like they were. I felt like they were looking through the camera at me, just as I'm looking at you right now, and saying, you can do this. And you know what? You can. And after the talk, I went into one of the Zoom rooms with a couple of the sponsors, and I'm probably going to name names as well. one of the ways that we dealt with the hallway tracks was just going to one of those Zoom rooms, and one of them was run by Nexus. And I seem to recall there being a few people, but I know that at very least it was the talk with Corey Ashton that started making me think. And she was there, Jocelyn Mozak, Nathan Ingram, Chris Lima. And I talked to all these people, or most of these people, before. And so I started asking a bunch of questions. I had them at my disposal, like right there in front of me. So why not? And they all basically looked at me and said, Shanta, we all know you. Like, you can do this. This is not rocket science. And it was then and there that I decided I was going to do this. You know, maybe I can offer this service or that service. And I finally decided, okay, I'm going to open my own business. So let me be clear. Throughout my entire career, I have always said I never wanted to run my own business. I didn't want to have to deal with the marketing or the accounting or anything like that. I don't want to have to worry where my next paycheck is coming from. I just wanted to sit, do my work, and let somebody else worry about all of that stuff. At one time, I did think about opening my own dojo, but then I thought better of it because I knew people would be relying on me. And that, I think, is where the biggest fear came from. What happens if I don't succeed at this? What happens if I fail? Then what? What are going to happen to all those people that are depending on me and depending on my service and my business? I'd be letting them down, as well as the people who referred me to them. The Namara group of companies would have been 31 years old. But about a year ago, my father decided he's finally retiring. He's winding down the business. And so he took the website offline, which, by the way, was the first domain I ever registered. My father had always wanted me to take over the company, and there's a perfectly good domain sitting there with good name recognition, so why not use that? It's almost like coming full circle. Jumping back a little bit in history, if you recall, my father had his first company opened on my birthday. My dad's birthday was in April. And because of the pandemic, I wasn't able to see him. So I called up his very good friend, who's a lawyer who would have handled all of his affairs anyways. And I said, I need you to do me a favor. When you register this company, I need you to do it on his birthday. And that was the best birthday present I could have ever given him, because now I've actually taken over the company. So now Namara has gone from building real estate physical spaces to building digital spaces. And the other thing that I realized afterwards is, which wasn't planned, is that it turns out that I opened my business in my 46th year. So now, great. Now what? I have a company name, I have a domain, and I have an idea. But what do I do with this? And then I thought, I'm just going to focus on building whatever the business is going to become. I'm going to start from the beginning. I'm not going to make all the mistakes. I'm going to get all my contracts checked out. I'm going to set up all my processes, set up all the automations, do all the testing before I take on any clients or anything. I'm going to do this right. Wrong. One of the first people, about a week after I was laid off, that helped me get my first client was the guy who had to actually lay me off from the company. And those people are still my client today. And it's been a great working relationship. They've helped me work through some of the stuff that I needed to learn. I've learned from that experience. And a lot of those challenges about learning how WordPress world works as a business owner, as opposed to just somebody who goes to a bunch of camps and who teaches WordPress. I knew a lot of how it worked already, but now I'm starting to learn the processes involved and how we do that. And interestingly, I've ended up with three different clients, four now actually, in my lap, but all from different places. Most of them are referrals. Now I know that that is not going to continue to go, and I can't completely rely on that. But at very least, I know that you're not going to be able to just start and plan everything out one by one by one. It's not going to happen that way. Trust me when I say it will never happen the way that you expect it to. So here are some of the lessons that I've learned. So one of the first things that I did is I got out some banquet paper, even before I named the company and everything else. And I started a bit of a mind mapping exercise. Nothing specifically traditional. I just did a big brain dump. And I remember going through and sitting down and laying it out all on paper. Okay, I'm going to need to think about accounting. Okay, that can be done later. But just all the things that were in my head, and I literally just drew it out and drew connections between everything. And I'm more of a digital person, but this one I actually wrote on a big banquet paper, took out a pencil, and just went to town. People that I needed to contact, things about a company name, getting a logo designed, getting colors determined, and all that stuff. Everything I know about the tools that might help me. But this exercise did clear my head and just sort of go, okay, these are all the pieces, and then figure out which pieces do I have to deal with right now. That could be everything from hiring a lawyer to getting errors and omissions insurance. Do I need it? Do I need to cover myself? Who do I need to talk to? But that exercise just cleared everything up. And even if I didn't have to do it right away, I knew that I could go back to it. So one thing about my process is I always like to look at things like templates and other tools. Not because I'm trying to find the perfect fit, but because sometimes I don't know if I'm going to miss something. So I was downloading templates like you wouldn't believe, or taking this course or that course or whatever have you. And the point is that you don't have to have everything before you start. Even if you have to write it down in a freaking notebook and use Google Docs or Microsoft Word to just write everything down, then do that. For me, using a template or a bunch of templates gave me the idea of these are a bunch of questions that I might have later, or they ask the questions that I haven't even thought of with a client, or, having to deal with all of that. So for me, the process that worked well was to find templates about something that I was looking for. So let's say how to run a project management WordPress course, or how to do a course. Okay, so what are the things that I need to consider? Well, you need to consider a camera or audio or this or that. And downloading those kinds of checklists or templates really helped me to fill in the holes of things I hadn't even considered. At the end of the day, it's what works for you. I spend a lot of time just looking at tools, but I wanted things at least 80% of what I want them to do, and then I'll find something else to fill in the gaps. Watch out for the shiny squirrels. One of the errors that I made initially was I started looking at the tools that I would need without understanding what I was going to be doing with them. You need accounting software, perhaps a CRM. You know that you need the underlying infrastructure for your business, the digital infrastructure, the servers, and so on. But until you know what it is that you're building, it's a waste of time. So learn from my mistake here. The challenge again is that I already had a client that was on the go and they wanted to start working at it. So I had to hit the ground running. Automate the process, but only after you've tested it manually. Even to this day, that is still my biggest challenge. Because if I'm going to start using a tool or start doing a process, if I can't get it to automate, then it's going to be a really, really tough time to do. So I usually end up doing them a bit in conjunction with one another. I'll find a process, but if I need to tweak it a little bit to fit a tool, I will do that. And I will automate it in a different way, or do it in a different order or something of that value. But you've got to have at least most of, if not all of the process done before you can actually start to automate it. Trust me when I say that there is so much to learn. For those of you out there that are hiring developers and designers, learn a little bit about the language that we use in our world as web developers and so on. And we'll learn a little bit more about yours. You'll find all kinds of courses, free things. What I've learned so far is that the ones that you pay for are the ones that you're committing to, and the ones that you will probably learn from most. If it's free, you can always put it off, and you will. Trust me on that. And I'm going to give you a couple of the ones that I have found most helpful in my searches. At the end of the day, this doesn't have to be perfect. I did a technical audit for a client, and then the client said, great, those are fantastic. Now we need you to fix this. And I said, well, the problem is it's not just a matter of going from one to the other. We need to redesign the site. And when I use the term redesign, and I'm realizing after I got to my third client that the term redesign really does scare some clients. So I started calling it, after the third client, a rework, because we weren't really changing the color scheme. We weren't really changing the layouts. We were actually just changing the background infrastructure. To the client or to the end user, it was going to look almost all the same. So the reality is that it didn't have to be perfect the first time around. So I changed it, and now we just call it a rework. So that at the end of the day, you know that the content is probably going to stay the same. The front end is going to be the same. And again, that's my process. That's what I do. But knowing that I could change that afterwards made this a heck of a lot easier. So make sure that when you're doing this, that you go through those ideas of it doesn't have to be perfect. Just get it going. And even recording this talk today, I have put this off for so long because I've been afraid to do it, because I'm afraid it's not going to be perfect. Why? I get up in front of a room and I can have them record it. I don't care. But it's standing here in front of a camera like this and recording this in advance scares the living daylights out of me. Go figure. Don't just take a gig because you have to. Now, to be fair, at this point, I haven't quite found a niche, though I'm getting better at it. I'm finding a good way to go. And this is an ideal thing to do. I'm taking clients as they are coming to me, and anybody will tell you that if you've got to keep the lights on, just do the work. It's better than starving. Now, to be fair, I am not starving. And I know that there are tons of people out there who need that kind of work and have to do it. But if you don't have to do it, trust me when I say save your brain and your emotional state the headache. The whole world is changing, and if anything that we've learned over the last almost year now is that people need us as web designers, as web developers, as web professionals. We are not contractors. We do not charge necessarily by the hour. We are giving you a project, and now you need us. So when you go through this, make sure that if you are taking a gig, it's because you believe in what they do and that you guys are going to work well together. But hopefully you have the ability that if something comes along where all your alarm bells and are going off, just say, I'm sorry, this isn't going to work. Reach out to your network. Find the people that are going to be able to support you for good or for bad. Know the bad ones and just get rid of them from your life. But they always could lead to something else and will probably teach you a lesson. And that's what I had. I give a bunch of talks. I help coordinate my local meetup. I help manage the WordPress Canada Slack team. This positions me to know what people are looking for and whether the products or services that I offer keeps me at top of mind, or they refer me to somebody. They could hire me to do their website or hire somebody else. It shows that I have a level of authority in a given area of knowledge. So make sure that you attend those things. Make sure you reach out to your local meetups. Help out if you can. Even if you don't think that you can, trust me, you're probably teaching the rest of us a lesson that we hadn't even thought of either. So make sure you get out there, you participate. There are plenty of options for that, and I'll give you some afterwards. Create a pool of people. And what I mean by that is you can't, well, you might, but the reality is that you more than likely can't do everything yourself. And I'm not just talking about networking to get business. I am talking about those people who can support you emotionally as well as being able to find the people that can help you in your business. For example, I am terrible at design work. I can do a wireframe out, I can do all that kind of stuff. But if you ask me to come up with a color scheme of anything, that's not going to happen. I'm terrible at it. So have somebody in your pocket that does graphic design or that does design work or UX or DevOps, which is probably why I'm showing this one here. But the point is that make sure that you create a pool of people that you can rely on so that if you get overwhelmed or you get so much work that you can then start to farm it out to other people. And that's what I'm doing right now. Now, most of the photos that you've seen so far, by the way, have all been from WordCamps that I've attended. And this one is kind of out of place, isn't it? But I wanted to put it in here for a very specific reason. You will fail. And the reason that this photo is in here is because this was me going back and redoing my 3rd degree black belt grading in ancient weaponry. Because the first one I failed. It was the first one and the only grading so far that I have ever failed in my martial arts career. But this was the one I passed. There is an old Japanese saying, Jinsei nanakarobi ya oki. Life means falling down 7 times and getting up 8. So please remember and be kind to yourself, because eventually you will fail. It will happen, but be good to yourself. This one here was taken at WordCamp Rochester in 2017. This is the Canadian contingent, if you can imagine it, in Rochester, New York. The point here is you don't have to do this alone. There are plenty of other people attending this conference. There are plenty of other people that are actually speaking at this conference. There are plenty of places where you can go and get help. You don't have to do this alone, whether it's with your own network, with a different network, with the resources that are available to you. There are so many places that you can go and get help. You don't have to do this alone. And there are others out there that will help and support and give you advice, maybe even give you referrals. Because if they're not necessarily in the same realm as you are, or they don't deal with that particular niche, maybe you guys should have a conversation. So now I'm going to talk about some of the tools that I use and the resources that I rely on. Just a quick point. This was the other Canadian contingent at the first WP campus down in Sarasota, Florida. And of course, if you know any Canadians that go down to the US, we always have to equip ourselves with our favorite tool, the Coffee Crisp. So one of the first ones, and I've just noted on here that any of the ones marked with an asterisk are my affiliate links. If you don't feel like using those, that's fine. Please contact me and I will send you just the straight link with no problem, okay? Monster Contracts. So this is a Nathan Ingram product. And he has devised 2 contracts. One is a master services agreement, and the other is a website maintenance project agreement. And the point of this is that means I don't have to start from the ground up. The beauty about this is that I also could use this for a Canadian one. Now I'm actually having my lawyer look at it right now, and the reality is that there haven't been many changes at the end of the day. So even though he will preface by saying, please make sure that your legal team looks at it, on face value, at very least where I'm from in Canada, it worked pretty well for my purposes. And like I said, I'm now having my lawyer vet that properly, but it's not looking like there's going to be too many changes from a legal standpoint. The WP Project Management Roadmap by the WP Project Managers Academy. Beth Livingston is a wonderful human being. They have a great community. And I go on their chat every Friday at 11 Eastern, and we talk about all of our projects and we talk about different topics. This was the ultimate template for me and gave me the processes so I didn't have to rework this. There are other people out there who have done this before. There has to be somebody who's done this before. So guess what? Why not just pay for them to do that? That saves me a lot of time, a lot of overthinking. If somebody's already done it before, I'm going to go with that. So trust me when I say check out the WP Project Managers Academy. The link is there, and You can do the 101 for free, and then there's a paid version after that. I'm on the paid version, and I absolutely adore it, and thank Beth for all of her advice so far, because I know that there's going to probably be more. Calendly is what I'm using for scheduling. You can set it up on your website to embed, send somebody to a link, and it will automatically sync with your schedules. This has been a really big help. It saves the whole back and forth of emails. I'm using Adobe Acrobat and Sign because I have the Adobe Creative Cloud, and this has really helped in getting signatures. So I can send a document over, and it can also track it and show this is where you have where somebody's opened it, where somebody signed it, and this has been a really big help. Slack is a go-to, and whether or not you're a solopreneur, find your local area where they might have one. Like I said, we have a WordPress Canada Slack team, and we can talk to other people that are in our local neighborhood or even across the country, but we all tend to have pretty much the same problems. So trust me, go not even just learning Slack, the tool, but also finding those communities is a really big piece. James Burchill, I forgot to mention earlier on, and when I finally decided to open my own business, I called him up and I said, James, remember what you said to me back in December? This was over a year ago now. And I said, remember how you said I should start my own company? Well, I'm there. I'm ready. I'm ready to take the leap. And he goes, I've been waiting 5 years for you to say that. So he's been a really big supporter of mine, and he has a bunch of courses on chatbots, on creating your first course, on time-saving methods. He's just really, really great at all of that. The WP Elevation with Troy Dean is also an extremely great community that I've recently joined and started engaging with. And he has a number of different programs, from everything from his Mavericks program to the client acquisition formula and his accelerator program. I highly recommend that you check that out as well. So here are a couple of tools that I'm looking into. So Airtable is looking like my front runner to actually replace a CRM. I just could not find a CRM that sort of worked, that made sense, or that, didn't cost $1 million. So I'm going to try Airtable. It seems to be one of the ones that a lot of people are using. Power Automate is also one that I'm getting into from Microsoft to try and automate a bunch of processes. So if somebody comes in, it does this, it automatically sends them an email, those types of things. That's probably more or less what I'm using. I'm still looking and deciding, but I've more or less decided on OneNote as my note-taking app. I had Evernote Premium, and there was just enough stuff in there that it just didn't do that, and Notion was just far too confusing, and I hit a limit of about 100, and it says, nope, sorry, now you've got to pay for it. So I didn't reach anything that could really test it properly. Some additional resources. WordPress.tv, which is where a lot of the talks from regular WordCamps are hosted. Really a big source of those. And of course, WordPress.org, where you can find themes, plugins, and so much more. I want to thank you for coming out today. I want you to go out there, figure out what is going to drive you, because I know that now I can't look back. And this is going to be my year. My slides are going to be available at WordFest 2021, and you can find me at Namara Tech and namara.com. Wishing you the best of health and best wishes.
Wow, that was inspiring. Thank you so much. I don't think words can explain how inspiring and motivating your words were, Shanta. And it's always good to see you, even virtually. So it's Ahmed back again with my fellow EMC, Yogesh. Hi, Yogesh. Right. So, Shanta, how are you? Can you hear us? Shanta, are you able to hear us? Hello?
Okay, I
I think we are having a little bit of technical issues
yes.
with connecting with Shanta. So, Shanta, let us know if you can hear us. Maybe we cannot hear you, perhaps.
She's not speaking. Give us a signal, Shanta, that you can hear us or see us. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So while Shanta figures out what we need to do, let me just go back to the chat because Yogesh, I'm sure you've been paying attention. There have been a lot of activity since this session began. Right at 1400 hours UTC, there have been text messages on the WordFest Live website. I see about 67 people online currently. And
That's
again,
right.
Shanta will be back once she has taken care of the technical issues. We see messages from Taco, Yuli, Ben, Beth, Michelle, who's one of the organizers. Pooja from India says hi. Mansoor Ahmed. We have a lot of people. Lorna, Hawa, one of the organizers as well. It's a lot of people are joining it. So Shanta, can you hear us finally? No? Hello?
Oops.
Right. So, viewers, we're actually figuring this out, as you may understand. I think Shanta did nod her head. So, as you may understand, virtual events can sometimes be daunting, and we understand that COVID has taught us a lot of things, right, Yogesh?
Yes, yes, truly. And what an apt talk by Shanta about the same situation, you know, surviving during, not only surviving, but fighting back and progressing during the darkest time, the difficult times, the time of pandemic. So that was a
Absolutely.
really inspirational talk by Shanta.
Yep.
And yes,
Right, Yogesh. So, let me just go through the chat, shall we? Because we have a lot of people
yeah.
tuning
And
in.
if there is a
So,
question, you can read the question. I hope Shanta comes back in a couple of minutes.
definitely, definitely. We have Mizanur Rahman Mizan from Bangladesh, Olga from Russia, all the way. Olga is a very active contributor in the WordPress community. We have Frank from Nuremberg, Germany. I hope I pronounced that right.
No, yes,
We also have Azim Abbas from Pakistan. It's good to see folks from all across the world. Kayleigh is there. Jane Ross. Shanta, can you hear us now?
can you hear us?
Maybe there's a lag, Shanta. Okay, let me go through the chat while we figure this out.
Okay.
Beth's been loving this. Beth says thank you. We have Yasin joining in saying hello. Hello to Yasin as well, along with Ben and a lot of people. So let me go back to the questions. We have a couple of questions. I myself posted a few questions because I was paying close attention to what Shanta has been telling. A lot of us are actually keen
Yes, I can
and
hear you.
interested towards
Yes.
startups. I think Shanta can hear us, right?
Yes, that's what she said.
Yay, awesome,
Yeah.
right. So Shanta, if you can hear us, give us a thumbs up maybe. Maybe, just maybe. No? No? Okay. Let us all be patient and let us all try to endure this. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of lag from what I've been told from the technical team, from our questions being delivered to Shanta and Shanta speed coming back to us. So there are a few questions. So the first question is, if you could go back in time, would you recommend your younger self to start your
If there
business
was,
earlier and why?
if I wanted to go back in time and answer my younger self, no, I wasn't ready. I was, I'm ready now. And I think even my dad had the same challenge as well. I apologize if my audio isn't picking up as well. I'm not hearing them at the same time, so I apologize for the lag. I'm going to read it off the screen, and then I'll give you my answer like that if that's okay. But no, I wasn't ready with my younger self at the time.
We'll go to the next question, and Shanta will read it from the screen. So let's see the next question, Dave. Dave has been very busy all throughout the Asia session. Okay, let me read out from the chat. I do see a lot of other questions. So the next question I see, how to manage 10 content writers remotely as a business owner. Let me just pass it here as well. So the next question, how to manage 10 content writers remotely as a business owner. Question from Sabira.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Shanta.
That's a
we
great
want to hear.
question. And unfortunately, I'm not managing 10 content writers. I'm only using myself at the moment. I'm looking at hiring a VA. But at this point, I'm not writing content. Content is not even really part of the service that I offer. I actually hire that out to someone else. We typically do development for ourselves, and that's about it.
Okay, so we got one more question here, Shanta. What kind of content do you suggest when someone starts their business from scratch?
So when it comes to what kind of content that I suggest when someone starts their business, it depends on what business they're running. In my case, I'm running a technological site. I'm running a lot more involved in the WordPress specific community. I do a lot of back end stuff, databases. Well, that's probably more what my other people do, but I do a technical audit. I do speed tests. I do that kind of thing. I'm not as well read on things like SEO. So that's going to be not really part of what I typically offer.
All right, let's go to the next question. So the next question is your opinion on how welcoming the
And when it comes
WordPress
to
community is.
welcoming, how welcoming the WordPress community is, it's perfect. Why? It's things like this that are actually that make that community so welcoming. As I mentioned, I'm on the WordPress Canada Slack team. I'm also on the I also help out with my local meetup, and that's how I got involved, is because somebody said you should go to this thing, right? So and some of my best friends are now part of that community, and have helped me through some of the most difficult times in my life. And even especially today. Today was a bit hard, so it's extremely welcoming.
Okay,
3
so
goals to achieve in 2021.
yes.
All right. I need to increase revenue. It's funny, I was doing a session earlier today, so I should have this really down pat. 3 goals to achieve in 2021. I want to, in now my 47th year, be able to go and see the shrine of the 47 Ronin in Japan. I want to also increase my revenue by a certain number. Like I said, I'm working with a coach on that, and potentially just really automate my business so that I can do it myself. I don't have to do anything myself. I can hire it out. I can, only have to work 4 hours a day and do the Tim Ferriss thing, 4-hour work week even. That would be ideal. And thank you everybody for coming out and supporting me.
So I want to thank Shanta despite the technical difficulties that we've been facing. She has been there, she has been patient, she has delivered the answers whichever way we can, because that's what we learn. Together we can win anything. So Yogesh, how did you like the session? I mean, any remarks, and then I'm going to wrap it up.
Yeah, this was a session straight from the heart, and we need to listen to these stories. And this is it, the big orange heart. We need to listen to hear these beautiful stories. Sometimes they are difficult stories, difficult to hear. Sometimes they're inspirational. But thank you very much for bringing your story here, Shanta, and
I want
inspiring us.
to I want to chime with what Yogesh said and thank our global sponsors, Fused and GoDaddy Pro, and our continent sponsors, Elementor and Cloudways, our subcontinent sponsor, Yoast, and our multilingual partner, Weglot. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even score some prizes. Also, thank you to our media partners and micro sponsors. You all make our big orange hearts full. I want to also recognize everyone who asked and posted a question. Rabir, Shad, Sabira, Yasin, whoever's been there commenting. Thank you so much for paying attention and listening to what Shanta has to say. And Yogesh, from Yogesh and myself, we're wrapping this session up, and we'll come back again with the next speaker. Thank you so much, and see you in the other end. Bye bye.
Yeah, bye.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
I'm Jennifer Bourne, 22-year graphic designer, 15-year web designer and agency owner, 12-year blogger, and for the past 4 years, the creator of training courses and mentorship programs for designers and developers to build businesses that support the lifestyle that they want. I'm going to share my screen with you, and we are going to dive right in. This session is covering design considerations for using page builders, or how to DIY your site design like a pro. Now, page builders are amazing tools. They empower anyone to design a website. It puts site owners in control of the design, so they have control over the typography and color, the layout, margins, padding, and page structure, and control over the content styling and imagery. Page builders also make my designer heart hurt because they empower anyone to design a website. They put site owners in control of the design. This means they're designing based on personal preference, often because they don't know how to make great design decisions. They design as they go and do whatever they want, and they design inconsistently. The big problem with this is that page builders give the power of design to non-designers who haven't been trained on how to create a site that reflects their brand at the level of professionalism that they desire. Now, just because you can doesn't mean you should. A page builder will let you do anything you want, but before you get started building out the pages, you have to establish the basics first. The best design has limits and constraints and is a style guide and design system to guide decisions. The strongest brands have visual consistency, and the smartest designers establish a strong design foundation. The basics that the pros understand is what I'm going to be sharing with you today. The design principles to use with your page builder so it looks like a pro did your design. First, let's talk about typography. You need to stick to the basics. Skip the novelty, cool, and hard to read fonts, right? Go with typefaces that are classic, that are timeless, that are easy to read. Then choose maybe 2 weights of the same typeface, right? If you're not sure what to do, pick one typeface, one font family, and choose 2 different weights. And consider skipping a weight or 2 to increase the contrast between those 2 weights. For example, I use Museo in my brand, and I typically use light and black. So I'm skipping regular, medium, and bold, so I get more contrast. You can see in these examples, we move from regular to black or light to bold to again increase that contrast, but we're using 2 different weights of the same typeface. You can also choose different typefaces to provide some visual contrast. The key here is to limit your typefaces to no more than 2. So for example, Roboto Slab and Newton Regular. You can see that different typefaces add some visual interest and some contrast. But again, we're not introducing more than 2. We don't want to overwhelm people or make things look a little janky, right? If you stick to 2, your site will have a higher level of professionalism. Now, I use this rule in everything that I do. I have a core set of 2 typefaces that I use in my brand. So across everything I'm doing, I'm using those same 2 in a different configuration. So there's visual consistency across everything that I'm creating, right? And it looks like it's all the same family. Now, you might be tempted to choose some similar typefaces, but that can be a really big mistake. Avoid 2 typefaces in the same style. Using 2 different typefaces that are too similar makes it look like somebody messed up. It makes it look like somebody accidentally picked the wrong font when they were setting up that row, block, or section of the site. Different but too similar looks amateur, but different with contrast looks more professional. So if you're going to use 2 different typefaces, make sure they're different enough to be obvious that it was a purposeful choice. Now, when in doubt, double the size. The H1 is typically double the body copy size. This is a great rule of thumb to go with. So if your body copy is 16 point, set your H1 to 32. Then split the difference with your H2, right? If body copy is 16, the H2 is 24 and the H1 is 32. This is a great rule of thumb if you're new to design or you're new to typography. The other is skip the small gray text. You don't want to make your content hard to read because if it's hard to read, people aren't going to read it. So make it easy to read. Use black, use really dark colors because easy to read means more people are actually going to consume and engage with your content. Now, let's talk about alignment. You always want to align to one axis, and align left is the most common. When we're talking about one axis, the human brain, right, craves alignment. The brain wants things to line up to the left, to the right, to the top. Right here we see the brain wants to push everything against one line. When everything lines up, subconsciously, we're at peace, right? Proper alignment feels good. It feels peaceful even. So if we look at aligning a nav menu with a logo, there's a couple different ways. You can look at a natural alignment along the baseline, or you can look at the natural alignment of where a logo might have that horizontal eye line. But again, your subconscious wants things lined up. Now, when it comes to type, alignment can be tricky. You might be tempted to justify your text, but don't do it. Never justify your text, because what happens if you look at this example on the right is you get things called rivers that run through your type. You get rows that are smushed together to fit everything on. Then you get ones that are all spread apart and you get big chunks or blocks between the words. And it's inconsistent. It looks funky, and I know you want nice clean lines on the side, but justification, save it for some legal documents. You also want to avoid a line center when it comes to body copy, right? It's okay to center align a headline, but skip it with your body copy, because as an eye is tracking the lines and reading your content, the left and the right align is uneven. So the eye isn't quite sure where to go to start that new line. And it makes your brain have to work harder to read your content. So don't indent either, right? When you indent the first line of type, like books used to do, the eye has to jump at the beginning of every paragraph. And again, you're making it harder for people to consume your content. You're making them subconsciously have to work to read your text. So stick to align left. That means the rag or the uneven part is always on the right. And that's easy for the eye to stop because it's going back to the same place every time. Now, we've talked about typography, we've talked about alignment. Let's dig into color, right? You stick to 2 to 3 brand colors. I'm sure you've seen those sites that look like a kindergartner did it. They are full of way too many colors all over the place. Again, just because you can doesn't mean you should. So stick to those 2 to 3 brand colors and keep it simple. For example, my core brand at jenniferbourne.com that I see and use throughout Profitable Project Plan, my business mentoring and training course for designers and developers, sticks with 3 core colors, right? Blue, teal, lime. That's it. Born Creative, my agency site, is red, black, and tan. And my personal blog, where I share family adventures, is Inspired Imperfection. It's that bluey turquoise color, purple, and a little bit of green. So those are those core brand colors, and I never stray from those colors. Then, to give it a little bit of pop, right? We want to add an accent color. Maybe we want to give us a little bit of flexibility. I stick with one action color. I associate one color with anything where I want someone to take action. So in Profitable Project Plan and at jenniferbourne.com, I use pink as my action color. Born Creative is blue, Inspired Imperfection is pink again. So let's look at this in action. Right, I'm sticking to those core colors at jenniferbourne.com, the blue, the lime, and the green. But you'll see pink worked in for links, for calls to action, for buttons. Anytime you see pink, it means you can do something. It means I want you to take an action, to click something. Same thing is true at my agency site. Blue is used for links, for buttons, and for that primary start your project link up in my navigation. And in Inspired Imperfection, you can see those main brand colors are the blue and the purple. Green is used super sparingly as a little accent to bring in some visual interest, but pink is again for the buttons and the links because it's high contrast, it stands out, and it grabs their attention. I'm training visitors to identify that color with them doing something. Now let's talk about imagery. You want to use big, full-width images across your site. It's better for social media and viewing the site on all device sizes. So, a big, full-width image means regardless of device, that image is going to fill the screen and look beautiful. When you right align or left align smaller images on a site, as you can see in this example here, we get weird gaps on the sides of images. Right on the left, you're seeing a nice big full width image, and on the right, those images are left or right aligned. There's this weird white gap, and it makes the text wrap around things a little bit funky. You also want to avoid cheesy stock photos. One of the things I'm asked the most when it comes to designing sites and filling in and formatting content is, how do I pick good stock images? Avoid the overly happy smiles and the awkward poses, right? Nobody sits at a computer and smiles like that all fancy and dressed up. And very rarely is that a normal, natural business situation. Instead, you want to look for something that's in context. Show people in action doing something. And I always try to crop the head out. I don't need somebody's face. I want to see what's happening. Instead of cutting out the background and having some weird piece of clip art or thing floating in the middle of nothing land, right? Look for, again, context. If I'm looking for a clock, maybe look for somebody looking at a watch, right? Look for it being used in contact. Look for something in action. Instead of looking for a word that is overly obvious and super boring, right? Look for something that represents the concept that you're communicating. If you're talking about setting a big vision for your business, skip the stock photo that says vision and go for a telescope, go for a viewfinder, go for something where you're getting that big picture. Again, rather than the obvious, go for representative, go for conceptual. Right? And instead of that smiling face looking right at the camera, look for somebody in action. And again, I try to avoid the face because if you don't see the face, anybody can kind of put themselves in that photo and see themselves in that role. Now, you want to leverage visual cues when you're using imagery as much as possible. You have the power to purposefully direct visitors' attention on your website to the things that you want them to notice the most. So, for example, if you've got a blog post or you've got content and you're adding an image, right? Images of people grab attention, and the way that their eyes track can point people to that direction. As you can see in this example, the woman in the picture is looking at the opt-in offer. Subconsciously, when you look at this image, her eye directs you up to look at that offer, at that email opt-in. You have the power when choosing the imagery on your site to choose things that are directed at the content, to choose faces that are pointing at the content, right? This is an option that you have when designing a page. Now, we're talking about designing a page. We have to talk about designing content, right? Big blocks of text are really hard to read. Instead, right, you want to take those big blocks of text that are boring and you want to break it up. You would break it up with subheadlines, bulleted lists, some strategic bolding maybe. It feels a lot easier to read, and it feels like it's going to be faster to get through your content when you put in this extra effort. You can also add color to your subheadlines to break up those sections of content visually. Here, when we're looking at color, in those subheadlines, we see short piece of content, and it immediately feels like it's easier and faster to read. Now, we've got to dig into a little bit of design basics here as well. We are talking about designing sites with page builders. When you're creating blocks of content with your page builder, when you're building out rows or sections of content, spacing matters. Proper spacing of groups of content, right, tells you what's connected. It tells you what belongs together. So if we look at this example, on the left, each item has the exact same amount of space between it. And it all kind of runs together a little bit. It all looks like it's one block. But on the right, we have a headline and copy and a larger space and a headline and copy. So it's very clear that it's two separate blocks. In this example, a tiny little shift in spacing makes a big difference. On the left, the copy and the headline are really close together in that second block, right? We look at, why is there a big gap after the headline, the first headline, and then there's a big gap after the second headline, and you kind of wonder, where is that headline supposed to relate to? Does it go with the copy below it or the copy above it? Over on the right, that nice break between the two sections make it obvious which block of content that second headline goes with. When you're setting up content in your page builder, sometimes you'll notice you set spacing based on the first headline and forget to adjust it based on those following headlines down the page. You also need to do the expected when you're putting your pages together. When expectations and experience don't align, users get confused. When people come to your website and they expect to find something in a certain place and it's not there, they kind of don't know what to do. Put things where users can find them, where they expect them. Put the logo up in the top left. Put the navigation over in the top right. Put the primary menu in the header. Put the value proposition at the top of the page, the call to action at the top of the page and the bottom of the page. Put the search box at the top of the page. Put your social icons or the admin info down in the footer. Put an opt-in at the end of a blog post. These are things that people expect. And when you put things where they're supposed to be in the mind of your visitors, they feel more at peace and it builds more trust with the site itself. You also want to honor content hierarchy, information hierarchy. Visually emphasize the important things, right? So if something is really important, give it prominence on the page. Make it larger, put it at the top, make it high contrast, surround it by lots of white space. Use a button for the call to action instead of just a text link, and maybe highlight that with a video or an interesting image. For things that are less important, you want to de-emphasize them, right? You want to call less attention to things that are less important. So you want to make them smaller in size. You want to maybe put them more closer to the bottom of the page. There's less contrast. It can be surrounded by other elements if it's less important. Instead of a button, we might use a text link, and we're limiting visuals to pull attention to that, right? Because it's not as important. Now, with your page builder, you want to think in rows and blocks of content. Content layout is kind of like assembling a layout set or a Lego set. You have different pieces of content and you're putting it together to create something awesome. So a few quick layout tips for you. Put consistent spacing between elements and rows. You want the same amount of space between each block of content. So there's a nice break. It's obvious there's a new block and it's consistent throughout the site. You don't want big gaps in some places and small gaps in other places. Switch up the background colors between blocks, but don't overdo it. You don't want every block to have a different color background and too many colors splashed around the page. Remember, I said stick to 2 to 3 brand colors and 1 action color. And less white space feels cluttered and more amateur, but more white space feels more professional and higher end. So don't try to fill every single spot on the page. Give your content some room to breathe. Consistency when you're building out your page is key. This has been a thread through the entire time that I've been talking with you today. We're leveraging reusable blocks and section templates whenever possible. So establish design specifications for all core site elements before you design the page. Before you start digging into your page builder and putting things together, make sure you've specified what the H1, the H2, the H3, what this type stack looks like, what the color palette is, what your core margins and padding and spacing between blocks are going to be. Once a row or block is designed and all dialed in, save it as a reusable template so you can just pop it in the page over and over without having to recreate the wheel. When you're starting over every time you're designing a block of content, that's when you introduce the risk of inconsistency. And it's better to stick to a small collection of really well-designed blocks than just having a free-for-all across your site and designing whatever you want on any page you want. Now, I want to make a couple key reminders, and then I'm going to walk you through an example of a site to see exactly how everything we've talked about today works in action. So first, a few reminders. Clear is better than clever. Easy and fast create more conversions. So always ask, is this the easiest and simplest it can be? Will anyone be able to understand this? Do visitors have to work to move through the buying process, or is it effortless? Can I eliminate anything on this page and still deliver the same experience? Keep one primary call to action per page. You don't want to compete with yourself for attention. Lead visitors to one key action. Visitors will typically only do one thing when they come to your site. What do you want that one thing to be? If they love what they see and they like their experience, they stick around longer to do something else. What do you want the second thing to be? Now remember, if you have 2 call to actions on the same page and one is paid and one is free, people are almost always going to choose the free option. So reduce distractions. Simple is subconsciously perceived as beautiful. So keep your design simple and focused. A confused mind doesn't buy, a distracted mind doesn't buy, and an unclear mind doesn't buy. So keep your sidebars short, limit clutter, and again, embrace white space. Finally, I want you to adjust for mobile. This is the #1 spot I can tell an amateur from a professional. Design for mobile is not the same as design for desktops and tablets. Act like a pro by shrinking headlines for an appropriate size for mobile. If one word is taking up the entire screen, your headline is too big for mobile. If maybe only 2 or 3 words fit on a line, it still might be too big for mobile. Shrink those large margins and generous padding that create all that white space on desktop and shrink it down for those mobile devices. The last thing you want is somebody to be scrolling through your site and they're scrolling through a big old white gap because you didn't account for that on mobile. And consider your image sizes and adjusting alignment so that everything fills the screen nicely and is center aligned on that mobile device. That way you don't get those weird white gaps on the side. Now, I want to show you everything that we've talked about in practice on an actual site. So here we are looking at Profitable Project Plan. This is the sales page that I have on my own website put together with a page builder. So every part of what we're going to look at is a duplicatable or repeatable block template that is used in different ways across pages and across the site. So if we look at this page, my headline and subheadline are centered, right? And we're seeing this same block here at the top of the page, and we're seeing this same block over at the top of the frequently asked questions page. If I scroll down a little bit, I get to this teal block, right? And if I scroll down over on the main page of Profitable Project Plan, I'm seeing that same block used in different places on the site in different ways, right? We're seeing it with different content, but there's still visual consistency across the way it's being used. If I continue to scroll down on the main page here, over on the left, you can see I have a headline, a subheadline, content with a little sidebar over on the right. And let's see, if I close this out, if I move over to the curriculum page that details all the curriculum that's included in Profitable Project Plan, it's the same thing, right? We're seeing the same block used in a different way, but this one has a photo across the top and the content is formatted a little bit differently. And we're seeing that same teal block show up again. If I scroll down here, right, we're looking at the same block on both pages, but used a little bit differently, right? On the main page, it's covering the curriculum. Over on the curriculum page, it's digging into every module included in the program. And you can see I'm separating those blocks with this light background color. I'm not introducing a big alternate color to take away attention from the content, but I'm separating that block. So as we scroll down, we're looking at the same block, the same row in that page builder used in different contexts. We're also seeing that same call to action block used in different contexts. Now, if we drop over to this page, we're looking at expert interviews that are included in the program. And if I continue to scroll down the main page of Profitable Project Plan, let's see, I get to this section, right? Headline, subheadline, and then rows of a 1/3, 2/3 columns, and they alternate. This block is being used across my site in different ways. I use it with squared or rectangular images on the main page. When I'm using it for a person over in these expert interviews, you can see I use it with a circle. The text is designed a little bit differently. This is the same on my success stories page, right? When I feature testimonials of people who have gone through the program and their experience. So you can see it's the same row used in different contexts. This means I'm benefiting from not having to rethink things and redesign things every single time that I'm adding a row or a block to my page. Now, if we go all the way back up to the top here, I don't use this just for Profitable Project Plan, but you can find these same rows and same blocks across the entire site. And while they may be the same, they still can look different, right? So I have this header with a background image and a logo at the top of Profitable Project Plan. I do the same thing at the top of my Content Camp sales page. It's a 3-day workshop dedicated to content marketing. So the imagery is from the event in 2019. I use a video at the top of both pages with that headline and subheadline. So you can see across my site, there's visual consistency. I'm sticking with that one typeface, but 2 different weights for contrast. As we're scrolling down, that pink is only brought in for links or calls to action, right? The ability to buy a ticket or to click a link and to learn more. We're using those same rows, that same piece of content, those same things over and over. You can see on the Content Camp page, that same block. Let's see, where was that one? That same block of the 1/3, 2/3, right? On the left, it's on the Profitable Project Plan page. On the right, it's on the Content Camp page. So you can see that even though I'm repeating sections, right? Even though I'm repeating the same blocks and rows over and over again on the site, it looks very different. There's one design truth that I want you to follow. Once you first understand the basics, the rules of design, the principles of design, once you understand why the basics work, then you can be smart about how and when you break them. Everything that we covered today isn't a hard and fast rule that is an only, right? It's not an only, it's a lead in, right? Let's call it that. It's a lead in. It's a precursor to really digging in and creating something unique, right? Once we understand the basics, we can begin to push the limits of those basics. Once we understand the rules, we can look at where can I break the rules to do something interesting or different or unique for my brand. But regardless of what those decisions are, everything comes back to those design basics. And if you're getting started creating your own website, if you're getting started with a page builder for the first time, and you're faced with basically unlimited design decisions, because page builders do put you in control. They let you create complex, interesting page layouts. They let you do whatever you want with your content, pretty much. If you go back to these basics each time, and you're looking at a strong foundation of typography, of content structure, of alignment, of color usage, you will find that your site goes from looking DIY to looking like a professional. So again, I want to thank you for being here and leave you with my best piece of advice ever. Practice web design. Every element in the design has a purpose when you are practicing good web design. Avoid web decoration. Don't add unnecessary elements just to make it pretty. If it doesn't have a purpose, pull it out, because again, remember, simple is subconsciously perceived as beautiful. So now that you've listened to this whole session, congratulations, you can design like a pro. Again, I'm Jennifer Bourne. You can find me at jenniferbourne.com.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back once again with your EMC at the Asia
Hi.
Friendly Stage 1 or the global stage at WordFest 2021, which is the global celebration of WordPress. Yogesh, how did you like that particular session?
That session was fantastic. It was a pre-published session from the PageMakers Summit, Page Builder
Page
Summit,
Builders.
but
Yep.
it was a very apt session to have it here. You know, there were so many important points, but the point that I liked the most was design, don't decorate. So there were many important points in that. Ahmad, let's discuss a few of the important points.
Right. So,
Yeah.
as one of the official team representatives for Make WordPress Global Design, I myself thought there were points that we contributors can realize after years and years of contribution. It was summarized, it made actual sense. There were lots of examples. As you may understand, examples is better than telling them what to do. So I personally felt it was like within my home ground.
True. It was truly a good primer, a rather masterclass in design. You know, Jennifer spoke about so many important points. For example, the use of white space when it's
Yep.
desktop. How do you use white space? When it's a mobile, how do you manage the white space? Even the colors, when you are branding the colors of
Mhm.
your buttons, colors of your links, how do you brand them? So people, when they look at something, they have a visual clue that when I see this color, this is supposed to be the theme, or this is supposed to be what's like, is it a call for action, or is it a heading, or is it highlighted text? And also, she spoke about the reusable blocks, the design blocks which are reused on different pages. The content may be different, but the design is same. So people get the idea that when I see this color, the teal color, I know this is a highlighted quote. Or if I see a pink button, this is call to action.
Absolutely. Let's
Yes.
go and have a look at the live chat. We have about 76 people. Actually, it's exactly 76 people online. That we should include both of us as well. So we have Messiek saying, "This is why I have a problem with page builders. People that can are doing often things about which that don't have a clue. In the end, site is often slow and following bad practices." So he's appreciating the fact that Jennifer is pointing out what not to do in her recorded session. Dominic from Poland says hi. Azim says that clients often demand to justify the text. That's actually a case. I'm sure you guys and myself have already been there. Adrita from Bangladesh says, "What are the effective colors for blogging website?" Maxime agrees with what Jennifer said. And there is lots of conversation back and forth between Maxime, Messiek, Adrita, Yashwardhan Rana. Meher from India says she's loving the session. Hello, Meher. Thank you for tuning in. Carol says hello. Dominic mentions it's good to see you all here. It will be amazing day for WordPress community. I'm sure Yogesh, it has indeed been a great, I would say 11
Fantastic.
hours, almost 11 hours we're reaching since
Yes.
WordFest began. So I'm going to spend a few more seconds reading the chat.
Yes.
It's actually quite interesting, Yogesh. I must tell you. Alan says good morning from the UK. Rick says good morning from the Netherlands. Tim, who's one of the moderators, says lovely to see folks here. Hope everyone is having a great day and enjoying the amazing session. Also, we have Dan from UK, Sue from UK. Tinashe is saying good day from the Philippines. Keith says morning. Habibur Rahman says awesome session. Jennifer Bourne and Ben says great session. Cameroon says there will be if there will replays. So Cameroon, I'm sure there will be replays. Once you log in or if you go to the main gate, you would notice that the sessions are region specific. So the Asia session, as soon as Yogesh and myself are done with this, the videos will be coming back to the servers and you can log in and you can watch them once the videos are available. It will take a few hours for the videos to be available. I just noticed Henrik saying hi from Ireland. This presentation should be sent to every customer before a project
Sure.
starts. So
Good.
absolutely,
Totally agree with
Yogesh.
Henry.
Yeah,
Yes.
back to you, Yogesh. That's all from the live chat for now.
Yeah. So I totally agree with Henry that all the clients, before they say we want the website like this, like that, they need to see this presentation. So that's the best part of this presentation. It wasn't only for designers, it was even for the clients, the customers. If they listen to this presentation, they will get a lot of ideas about design. They will understand the difference between design and decoration. And
Yeah.
I'll wrap up by saying this: when you master the design, when you are smart designer, then you realize when and how to break the design rules.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree
Yes.
with you more, Yogesh. So, once again, I want to give a massive shout out to Dan, and David and Leo, who are actually managing this gracefully from the back end. Viewers can only see Yogesh and myself smiling. We try to smile as much as we can. But then
Yes.
again, our thanks to our global sponsors, Fused and GoDaddy Pro, and our continent sponsors, Elementor and Cloudways, our subcontinent sponsors, Yoast, and our multilingual partner, Weglot. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. I want to win some prizes today.
Definitely.
Also, thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors. You all make our big orange hearts full. I think we're getting there, right, Yogesh? We're
Yes,
almost getting there.
we are getting
So
there.
that yeah, so that's all from this session, the recorded presentation by Jennifer Bourne. Be sure to come back again in a few minutes for Miriam Schwab's presentation on embracing the shift from office to work from home at Stratic.
Yes.
So we're going to wrap up here. Yogesh, anything you wanted to add, buddy?
No, nothing. Let's see you in few minutes. That's it.
All right, see ya.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the last session of the Asia Pacific Global Stage at WordFest. WordFest is a global event for the single community, which is also the celebration of WordPress, a 24-hour event in a safe and virtual environment for everyone to come and chip in. My name is Ahmed, and I work as a business development manager here at WeDevs. I'm also the team representative for global WordPress design. So before I make an intro of this session, I want to give a huge shout out to our AV producer, Dave, who's been doing an amazing job from the back end. Also my fellow EMC, Yogesh, who's been there supporting the entire session from start to last. This particular session, the speaker is Miriam Schwab, and let's welcome Miriam to the global stage. Next up, Miriam is the co-founder and CEO of Static, a static publishing platform for WordPress websites. Over the past 14 years, Miriam founded and built a leading global open source web development company, taught herself how to code, and became a leader within the Israeli startup and open source spaces. In mid-2016, feeling the need to create something revolutionary in order to protect the internet in a new way, Miriam founded Static. Miriam's lifelong passion for helping people and doing good in the world has translated into Static's mission and technology, making web security simple and accessible to all. Miriam's talk, Embracing the Shift from Office to Work from Home at Static, is live today with a Q&A to follow. So post questions and comments in the chat. Enjoy you on the other side.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I'd just like to thank the WordFest team for being flexible and allowing me to present live. My life is pretty hectic, and I had some emergency with my kid, and I wasn't able to get my presentation in advance and pre-recorded. So I'm actually here, and I'm looking forward to talking to you about Static's shift from working in an office space to work from home. And I hope you'll ask me questions at the end so we can have a nice discussion around it. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, I hope you can see this okay. Okay, so first of all, thank you for the introduction. Yes, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Static. I founded and managed a WordPress development agency called Luminea for 12 years, working with WordPress for many, many years. Organized WordCamp in Israel 5 times, and I've spoken at many WordCamps around the world. And I'm excited to be here in this virtual space, and I very much look forward to us being able to meet up again in person at in-person events. I miss those, and I miss seeing people face to face. Okay, so Static. Static was incorporated in 2018, and we raised what's called a seed round, which we announced in 2020. And with that, we had a number of plans, including growing our team, which we had already grown prior to announcing the round. And part of that is having an office space, right? That's pretty standard. So we were already, we had been using a space in a startup accelerator in Jerusalem called Mass Challenge for quite a few years already. And We were now renting 2 big rooms from them for our team. Our team has since grown since this picture. And we brought in some designers to make the space into something more comfortable and enjoyable for our team, like companies do. And this was an historic building in Jerusalem. So we wanted to retain the historic feeling of this building while also giving it kind of a, a modern tech type of feel. So these are just some pictures of our office. I loved this, the logo design that they did for us. And as you can see, it's a very comfortable, warm space where people can sit and work, but also chill on couches. And there I am looking happy in our office. And we enjoyed our office, I think, maybe for 2 months after this kind of redesign was done. And COVID hit. So that, of course, changed everything. And we said goodbye to our office. Now, at first, in March, the actual building that we were in shut down completely. And no one could come in, and Israel went into like a very serious lockdown for quite a while. But we didn't know that we were going to be saying goodbye to the office in a more permanent fashion. In June, the Israeli economy started to open up more, and there was more freedom of movement, and people were allowed to start going back to offices. So we said to our team, you can now come to the office. It's open and available to you. Anyone who wants to come in. Only one person showed up to the office on one day, and that wasn't me or my co-founder. What we saw was that for various reasons, people were more comfortable working from home at this point. One reason is we had, people were worried about COVID and it's spreading, and they didn't feel comfortable going into more public spaces. And some people, their families were high risk for various reasons. And we kind of gotten into a cadence of working from home. I think some people did not miss a commute, including myself. And when we saw that there wasn't interest on this part of our team to go into the office, we made the very, very hard and painful decision to close our office for good. After all that work that we had put into it and how beautiful it was, we said goodbye. There was just no point in holding it open just in case someone might want to come. So this transition actually wasn't so hard for us technically and culturally for a few reasons. One is that we were already semi-remote. So while our base office was in Jerusalem and most of our team was in Jerusalem, we had a few team members in the center of Israel, in the Tel Aviv area, and they would come into our office once a week, which meant that the other days of the week, we were not together in an office, and we already had to get used to communicating remotely, even though we were in the same country. Plus, we have a number of remote workers. At the time, we had an employee in Germany, still do, and someone in Australia. So they as well we were working remotely with them. I do think also being part of the WordPress community meant that there was more awareness around distributed work, thanks of course to Automatic being kind of a leader in the space, and other companies around WordPress working very comfortably in a distributed capacity, and very much encouraging other companies to try it out. Before COVID, everyone wasn't on the same page, meaning people expected you to show up for meetings, whether you were in the same country or not. And so working from home and not having offices, I think it was harder to make that leap. But once we were all forced to, it was good to have WordPress leaders kind of leading the way for us and showing us how it's possible. And we definitely, have learned a lot from them. So some of the benefits of working from home: so more home and family time instead of spending time on the road. Or commuting or whatever, we can actually spend time with our family and loved ones and pets and in our home. It's a less frantic and hectic pace. I don't know about other people, but when you're not like rushing everyone out the door, like kids and whatnot, and then jumping in your car and sitting in traffic and then parking and then running into your office and then sitting in your office and then doing that whole thing back home, it's very hectic. And not everyone's jobs include this, but I knew that me and my co-founder were probably going to have to travel overseas quite a few times in 2020 for business. And once everyone in the world realized you don't actually have to fly across oceans to meet each other, you can do Zoom calls, we didn't have to do that. And we've progressed quite nicely without flying overseas. Okay, so I said no commuting, and healthier eating when your kitchen is there and you can actually prepare food rather than like grabbing something along the way. I think that in many ways we can take care of ourselves better. Also, instead of commuting, people can go for a morning walk or a morning run. Like you can find more time for taking care of yourself. Also, living where you want. So this is something that actually I think is a really great development of the work from home situation, which is that until now, people had to live in the city, or they would try very hard to live in the city because commuting from farther away just was too painful. And so they would try to be near their office. And so everyone's squashing into cities to live near their offices. And that could be families with kids and living in small apartments and trying to make the most of the situation. But now that they don't actually have to be in a city, they can move out of the city into more rural areas and have better quality of life. You can have a yard for your kids. You can have a home office room um, because you can afford for the same amount to have more space in your home. And I think that that is actually a really great benefit of where we're at. So Zoom is a great equalizer. So I mentioned that we already we're familiar with working remotely to a certain extent because we had team members overseas or outside of Jerusalem. But our meeting situation, when we would have like all hands meetings types of things, was kind of ridiculous. We would have the Jerusalem team sitting in a meeting room in Jerusalem, and then the other people would like try to hook in through video call. And I don't know if in any situation that works well, where like they don't know who's talking, they can only see one face. And but when you have Israeli people having a meeting, our meetings often appear to be just a bunch of us yelling. We're not. We're discussing and arguing points, but it can get loud. And then for the person on the video, where they can't follow, and now we're all just squares on a video screen, regardless of where we are. And so even if our team members are farther away or closer geographically, this is what we all are. And so we all can see and hear each other equally. And I think that that's actually really beneficial for team communication. Challenges are, yes, we have more home time, but now we have more home time. And that can get to be quite a lot when all you see is your people in your home all the time. And no social interactions. Like, yeah, I mean, you can have some video social interactions, but that's not really the same thing at all. There's no boundaries, right? You don't, although I don't like a commute, you don't actually leave work and get in a car and go home anymore. You are just always in your work environment. So it's very hard to set boundaries around it. Also, we're not actually doing anything else, right? It's not like people are going out for a drink or meeting up with friends or something. You're just always home. And so it's almost like, well, might as well get some work done. And yeah, our kitchen is here, but also it means our kitchen is here and very accessible. And so I think we've all heard from people or experienced it ourselves that sitting in one place all day means that a lot of us are gaining weight. That's not so healthy. Okay, so what are some initiatives that we took upon ourselves at Stratic? So first, we hired like an exercise instructor, and every day for a certain time slot, I think it was 20 minutes or half an hour, everyone was invited to do a video exercise with them. And at first, it really caught on. Like everyone was excited about it, but slowly people started fading away from it. I think it was hard for people to fit that in the middle of the day. And also different people had different exercises they wanted to do. And anyways, it was like very popular in the beginning, and then interest kind of faded, but that was one of our attempts to bring healthy living to our team. I don't know exactly how it works in other countries, but if someone in Israel is exposed to someone else who does have COVID, then they have to go into isolation, or what we call in Israel bidud. And so that can be hard for families, particularly if they have small kids and they can't leave their houses. So we started sending them these cute care packages with toys for the kids, and to like let them know that we're thinking about it. And it's really nice. It's nice to get it. I got one, and it made me very happy. It's funny to get one from my team, but yeah, it's so showing that we're there for you and trying to make it easier for them to be stuck in their home. We created like a budget for our team so that they can try to improve their home off working situation in different ways. So it could be like the basics like screens and keyboards, or some other things that might like help them. So some people got these under the desk bikes and things like that. So we started that initiative. One thing we did also is that for team members who it was really important for them, where they needed to be able to work outside of their home. for example, people who have small kids around, or they focus better in a work environment that's outside of their home, we rent them co-working spaces in their area. So at the moment, I think we have 3 of those. No one's commuting more than 15 minutes to get to their co-working space, but if they need it or want it, then they have it. And of course, renting a few co-working spaces costs much less than having a whole office, so it's totally fine, and it's a good way for people to be able to get out and have a good work environment if that's what they need. We offered our team a wellness app that they could all download and use. It was like meditation, mindfulness type of app. It might have been the app, but people downloaded it, didn't really use it. But you know, we're trying to find a way for also to bring wellness to the team. So we offered them this. Maybe we would try another one if anyone has recommendations for these types of apps. But it didn't really catch on. Happy hour, see, happy hour, haha. So we had happy hour in the office, like a lot of tech companies and other companies, I guess, have. Where Thursday before the weekend, the Israeli work week is Sunday through Thursday. So I'm not, this isn't the work day for me today, it's Friday. So we continued with happy hour online. We didn't know how it was going to be. It's kind of awkward, but in the end, it's actually really fun. So every week, someone else from the team leads it, and we do like pretty simple things. Yesterday, someone from the team led like Jeopardy, and the week before, we had guess whose desk it is, and everyone sent in a picture of their desk, and like all sorts of like little games, and it's like an hour long. My co-founder Josh Lawrence, first in the beginning of happy hour, like makes some announcements about updates within the company, whatever, and then we do this, and it might sound silly, but it's actually a really fun way for us all to just hang out as not around work. And our team really likes each other, so it's fun. We've tried a few external types of happy hours. So we did an escape room. There's like a company here in Israel that does online escape rooms. I thought it was fun, but some people didn't like it so much. And then another week we tried one where it was like this like dance-led activity. That was not successful so much either. So we're trying all sorts of things to see what works. But amazingly, the happy hour that works the best is internal ones when our own team is leading it, and it's just hilarious and fun. This is just some examples of happy hours. So just by the way, this was strategically very difficult to make work because we all had to look at one person, but you know, on Zoom, everyone's not in the same place on their screen, but we made it happen. So we're all looking at Sam. And then we also did this. Anyways, we're such hilarious nerds. Sorry. It cracks me up. Okay, anyways, but there were still challenges. So, you know, as I described, we were trying different initiatives. Some worked, some didn't work. And, you know, and then we would like regroup and be like, okay, how things are going. So still not enough social interaction with the team. The team missed each other a lot. And new hires weren't meeting anyone in person. So while there was like a kind of a core team that had known each other in person before COVID, new hires were not part of that. Some of them we haven't met face to face yet. Feedback loop issue. So when you're like in an office together, you can get a sense for how you're doing. You know, you can see your coworkers or whoever it is that you're reporting to and get feedback like in real time and maybe in a more transparent way. But when we're all very distant and we're not hanging out together, it's hard to know how you're doing. It's, you know, and also to give feedback, and it's just we were missing that. We kept hearing it from team members that they would really love feedback on how they're doing, and they felt that it was missing. Vacation days not being used. So in Israel, there's legal amounts of vacation days that everyone gets, and then we give more, and people just weren't having opportunities to use them. You can't go anywhere. It's like silly to take vacation to like go from here into your living room. So and it meant that people weren't taking time off. That's a problem. And meeting overload. So when you're not actually running around and going anywhere, every minute in your calendar is a potential Zoom meeting, which on the one hand means you can get a lot done if you consider meetings getting stuff done. For me, a lot of my job is meetings, so I can have many more meetings. But like people can feel more free to book meetings than maybe they would in the past because time was almost unlimited. And still not enough boundaries between work and home. So we implemented some more initiatives. So we have a daily stand-up, which is like a pretty standard thing among development teams. And stand-ups have very strict rules where it's like 15 minutes, everyone speaks for a very short amount of time, saying what they did yesterday, what they did today, and what they're going to do, or if they're stuck or blocked with anything. It's really great for us as a team to, in the morning, all get on the same page about where we're at and also bring up any major issues. So we used to be pretty strict about the format, but after COVID, we saw that people really wanted to use that morning stand up to also just schmooze and just like chat about stuff. And at first it was in our calendar for 15 minutes, and then we were like, okay, maybe let's be realistic about this, because it was taking a half hour anyways because of the additional schmoozing. So we changed it from 15 minutes to half hour. Now, stand-up purists might be like, what? How could you do that to a stand-up? But it's really nice. Every day we all schmooze. It could be about exercise. It could be about cooking. It could be about, I don't know, different things going on, COVID, vaccinations, whatever people are thinking about. And then we like take the time to schmooze and just discuss. And then we get down to it and we do the stand-up. And it's a good way for the team to connect also technically about the development process, and also as a team, just being friendly. We also implemented meetingless Mondays and why you bothered me Wednesdays. We needed an M and a W. So in order to allow people to have a time where they can really just put their heads down and work, we set Mondays and Wednesdays from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. as no meetings, but also, as much as possible, no Slack messages. So on the one hand, Slack is an amazing way for a team to stay in touch. When Slack went down recently, I felt so lonely. It made me realize how important it is to my like team social life. But also, of course, it can be distracting in the constant pinging. So between 10 and 1 p.m. on these days, people should try as much as possible not to book meetings with each other, and also not to message each other or message in the more public channels on Slack. So it's like quiet time in the company, and it's been great. People really like it. And oh, what? Wait, sorry, that slide is not working. Oof. Anyways, I want to show you here this app that we started using called Send It Later. So Send It Later integrates with Slack, and then you can schedule a Slack message to be posted at a certain time or day. And the reason that this is good for this situation is that if you like have a question or an issue comes up during these quiet hours, you can schedule it to appear at 1 p.m. That way you don't forget. You don't have to be like, oh, I have to remember to message so-and-so about, or like the team about this. You schedule it for 1 p.m. and then it goes out. I also use it. So I tend to have like not good work balance, to say the least. All of this is for the team, but I am not balanced. So I work at crazy hours. I get up at 5:30 a.m. and I'll be working at like 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. And I would often message the team outside of like standard work hours. And my partner, Josh, said like, he suggested that I try to keep my messages within work hours. So when I'm working very early or very late, I'll make sure to only post things, have things start posting at 8 a.m. For the team, so that I'm not like, so first of all, I don't want anyone to think that they should also be working at these ridiculous hours. They should not. And also, they shouldn't have to be even thinking about work outside of the work hours. So let them do their thing and not see that, oh, here I'm asking questions or had some ideas. So this app has been really useful. It's called Send It Later, and it's really reasonably priced. It's like $9 a month for a team or something. We implemented an all hands. So also, because we were like distributed all the time, people became siloed in their teams. So like dev doesn't necessarily know what's going on the business side, or at least not in detail. They'll like hear things, but they won't really know. So we realized that once a month we should like have like a thorough update so that everyone on the team knows what's going on the business side, on the tech side, product side. And we've done this a few times already, and the team really appreciated it. They appreciated the transparency. And I think also it gives more context to their work and more motivation. And it's not like we didn't want to be transparent, but if we didn't make a concerted effort to share what's going on, then it just didn't happen, because we run through our days, or not literally sit and Zoom through our days. And then, you're not sure who you told what. So this way, everyone from around the world on our team gets into one room, and we update them on new initiatives, new hires, new, anything that's going on. So that's been really great. People weren't using vacation days, and so what we implemented was something that we're calling wellness days, which people can take without having to utilize their allotted vacation days. So if someone is feeling like it's just, they need a break, they need to like just cut themselves off from work for a bit or whatever, no problem. Take a wellness day. And we do make sure that the team notifies each other clearly when they're out of office so people know who's around. But other than that, like people should take the time off as they need it. And so we implemented that. This is a relatively new initiative. We, our head of HR, Miriam, last organizes meetings between 3 people at a time for 15 minutes. And the point is to not talk about work and just hang out and schmooze. And so she'll just send out invitations to 3 people at a time. It's like random groups, and it's really nice. It's just like 50 minutes of just let's hear how things are going or whatever. Let's talk about whatever, and so that's been nice as well to create more social interaction. We found, like I said, we heard from our team members that they weren't getting the feedback that they would have liked. So we now have monthly feedback, or what we also call feed forward meetings, where we talk to them about how they're doing, and they can tell us how they're feeling about their work or if there's any challenges they're facing. And that way we have a constant kind of finger on the pulse of how our team is doing one-on-one at any given time. So this also we recently implemented, and I think that's hopefully seems to be going well. Okay, so the point of this picture is not to show you my children, although we could talk about that if you really want. But so we also we send packages to our team for holidays and birthdays and things like that. So for the last holiday of in Israel's Hanukkah, and in overseas it's Christmas, so it's a cold holiday. We have an internal joke at Stratic about slankets, which are like blankets with sleeves. I think some people call them something else. Anyways, we surprised the team and we created Stratic, I don't know if you can see, branded slankets. Oh my gosh, this is like the best, almost one of our best accomplishments as a company. People were talking about it all over like the social networks about how much they love their slankets, and then other people were saying, "Oh, how can I come work for Stratic so I can get a slanket?" It's really an amazing slanket, actually. It's really comfy and warm. So that swag is the best swag that we've done. I had to share it because it made everyone so happy, including me and my children, who stole it right away and sometimes share it with me, of course. So that's what we've done so far. Of course, like everything in life, we're always learning and always listening. So those were the initiatives that we've tested and implemented until now. As I said, some worked great, some worked okay, and some didn't work at all, and that's fine. And then we tweak as we go, as we keep moving. So yeah, always happy to hear ideas from other organizations and how they're handling this to try to help the team retain some semblance of balance and also wellness in these very challenging times. And people often ask, so what will Stratic do once COVID ends in terms of an office? So my general reaction is to laugh hysterically, because when is that? And also, who knows what that will look like, right? I don't know, but I imagine that we're going to probably move towards some kind of hybrid office approach where maybe the team meets up once a week or once every 2 weeks in some central place. People are moving away from the big cities, not like a lot, but they're moving farther away. So like that already brings in the question, where would we meet? And Israel's not a very big country, so it's okay. But I think we'll probably end up with something like that. But working from home has worked really great for us, I think. Our productivity is way up. And I know personally for me, this just works out really well for me as a single mom of children. So I can be here for them. I need to figure out how to work more time in to my day, so I'm not just on Zoom and I'm also hanging out with them more. I need to find more balance for myself. But aside from that, I feel like I have more control over like my home life and my work life in many ways. So that's what I have to say about our transition to work from home. And okay. So I see some questions are coming in, which I'm really excited about. So thank you. And yeah, I guess now we'll go to the Q&A part. So thanks for listening. Should I just read out the questions? Oh, here you are.
Hey, Miriam.
Hey.
Thank you very much Thank you very much for coming in and giving this wonderful presentation about this working, being productive in this time of pandemic. Great tips and great learnings there. I love that blanket. And before the questions,
See?
yeah, before the questions start pouring in, I have a question. Do you have any pets, cats, dogs, anything that make your
No.
work from home?
So I'll so my kids are constantly begging for a pet, but I will tell you something, which is that I
Yes.
actually have 7 children, and I cannot imagine taking care of one more living
Wow.
creature. So that's what I say to them. I'm like, I'm feeding
Yeah.
you, I'm like clothing you. I can't even imagine even taking a pet to like the vet. I already have enough like doctor appointments with my children and all those things. Like, but they really wish we would. So I'm always considering it, but at the moment, no.
Oh yeah. So I could share some tips on that. I've got like more than 3 dozen cats and 10 dogs and number of other.
Do you have a farm like for them all to live in?
It's
I
like
do
a
I
zoo.
do
I would
I
rather say it's a zoo.
I do
It's a
live on a
zoo.
farm right in middle of Bangalore
Okay.
city, in middle of
Wow.
Bangalore city. So yeah,
That's
apart from
impressive. And
few
sounds like
other
a lot of work.
animals.
But Yogesh, you reminded me of the movie by Matt Damon, We Bought a Zoo. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah. Mad
That's
Zoo.
an
Yeah.
amazing movie. But nonetheless, let's go back to Miriam's
To the questions,
presentation.
Medium Square.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yogesh, would you like to do the honor and begin that?
Yeah. Dave, you want to bring in the shorter questions, please, first, and then we'll go to the long. Yeah. um, what a business owner can do if they can't afford a marketing team? Is there any alternative except going for partnership with some team who can provide the marketing support?
Okay. I mean, that's not exactly connected to what I spoke about, but I'm happy to try to answer.
Mm.
So,
Yeah.
we've been working on building out our marketing and sales team now. And I basically had, I don't even know, I don't think I'm exaggerating, like 50 calls with marketing leaders in Israel and outside of Israel to get their advice on it. And one thing that I found is that there's a lot of high quality agencies that you can contract with that can help support your marketing effort. You still need to have a strategy behind it. If you don't, you're not going to get anywhere. So someone internally, or even you could contract with like an outsourced CMO type of person, chief marketing officer, and then they could create the strategy, and then you could work with contracted agencies. You would have to do some testing to decide, like figure out which direction makes sense for you as a company. But that could be a way. And the other way is like doing a lot of it yourself, which is hard because I know when you're running a company, you're trying to like do the work and then to also be responsible for marketing and sales is very challenging. I had that challenge in my agency. But seriously, reach out to marketing experts and ask for their advice. It's amazing how people are so happy to like give you a half hour to hour of their time and just share their knowledge. I'm constantly blown away by how people are generous about that. So I think start with that and just try to get some ideas from people and recommendations for great agencies. You don't want to just go with anyone, get recommendations.
Right. Thank you so much for that answer. So that was a question from Mazar. Let's see the next question, please. So Yashvardhan Rana from India says, hi, great session. Since you guys worked 2 months together in an office, did you see any increase or decrease in the overall team productivity when you worked as a distributed team? Interesting.
So at first, after we like closed down the office initially in March, we weren't sure because also I think that everyone in the world and us also as a team, we just were like unsure of what the future was going to hold. I think a lot of our headspace was like, what do we do next? And will there be an economy, in 6 months' time? And what does this pandemic mean for all of us? And will we ever go anywhere again? And so I think, and trying to figure out what all of this means and how we work from home and our kids were all home. And but once things became clearer and what this all meant, productivity went up. And also the initiatives that I mentioned in my talk, a lot of them I think help contribute to productivity, and we're always trying to see how we can do that. But we also aren't like measuring exactly like the team's productivity. There's an understanding that people can just do the best that they can do right now. So it's never been like, try to keep up your workload like you did before, because how do you do that when your kid's not in daycare, or your baby's sick, or whatever is going on? So there was none of that. But I think overall as a team, despite the situation, and also us not expecting that the same level of productivity has gone up. I don't know exactly why. I figure it has to do with just a lot more net hours of work available to all of us, and that we're all home. And like I said, we're not going anywhere. So it's almost like, well, might as well just finish that thing and do that thing. But we're not trying to encourage the team to do that at all. They should just work normal hours. And it's just, this is how it's worked out. Productivity is definitely up.
Great. Yeah.
Oh, can I just say
okay,
one more
next.
thing about that?
Sure,
Sorry, I
sure.
just had a thought about that. I think
Sure,
also it has a lot to do with whether your team loves what they're doing. Like if it's exciting to them and interesting to them and they're always learning something, then they're going to be motivated to do it in different types of scenarios and situations. And so that's really important to pay attention to. And that also creates a situation where you're not a business which is like punching time clocks or anything, because you can trust your team to do their work because they're excited about it and passionate about it. And so anyways, that's about that. Okay, you can go on.
Yep. Thanks for that answer. And the next question is, how feasible is it for business to maintain a hybrid setup, work from home plus office?
So a lot of companies in Israel are now pretty hybrid. They'll have an office which they see as their default, but then we keep going into different lockdowns, and so you can't really go in even if you have an office. I think that companies actually have to be remote first, and also, by the way, we have an office because it's easy to work in an office. Easy. It demands more attention and mindfulness to be remote. So if you can get the remote thing working really well, and always tweaking it, like I said, then that's the hard part. And then when you have office days, then people show up to the office, and if not everyone's at the office at the same time, then that's okay. You're at that point still kind of remote. So that's I think it's feasible, but I do think that people should focus on the remote side of things to make sure that they are doing that well.
Great.
No, I want to talk.
So I think, Ahmad, the next question is the long one, very long one. We can't hear you, Ahmad. Your mic is off. You're mute.
Thank you for noticing that. Let me read it out from the chat anyways, because I posted it. So many businesses in different parts of the world are opening their office doors due to economic pressure. How do you envision that happening to companies that you know of? How vulnerable are you to that threat?
Well, I don't know if I would exactly see it as a threat, but I'll tell you what I'm seeing. So in the Tel Aviv area of Israel, I think people just really love working in their offices. And that's because those people live in that area. So for them to get to the office, it's not a big deal. And maybe also their life situation is different. For example, there could be more single people in Tel Aviv. So I see people opening up new offices, moving offices, despite the situation. I find it hard to understand, but they really, really, really want to be in an office together. So, okay, that works for them. I think in some ways, those types of companies are putting themselves at a disadvantage. Right now, because we're remote, we can hire the best talent anywhere. It doesn't have to be geographically limited.
Yes.
And we can hire people who don't live in Tel Aviv. Like, there are a lot of talented people who don't live in that particular area, and they don't want to commute for hours. And now Stratic is an option for them. So I think what we'll see is companies that go all in on office again. That's fine. Companies that do hybrid, and companies that do mostly remote. And some companies will lose out on talent because they don't have an office. Because some people really they want to go into an office. And some people will lose out on talent because they insist on people coming to the office. So we'll see how it plays out. It's hard to say, but I think that the whole world has now become very comfortable with doing things through video calls and remote tooling. And I think that's here to stay to a large extent, even for companies that have offices.
Lovely. Thanks for that answer. So one last question is it's more of a paragraph than a question. Okay, so is it a common issue that you can have a better working relation with the team leader when you work in the same office compared to work from home separately? My team leaders Slack or text communication often cause conflicts between us, but when we actually talk instead of text, we rarely conflict. How do I tactfully insist that she talks her communications instead of messaging me to avoid conflicts? So,
Yeah, that's common
psychology.
because when people are texting, you can't see their face, you can't read their face, and also some people just aren't great text communicators, and so what they mean is not what you're reading. So actually, at Stratic, we use video calls a lot, even like on the fly. So um, while there's some companies that they say everything can be done by chatting, just chat everything. I actually don't think that's the case. I do think it's important to have actual conversations around things. So if someone has a question, or let's say they're chatting with someone and it's like not clear, they'll be like, quick, let's have a quick call, get everyone on like a Slack call or a Google Meet or whatever, have a discussion around it, come to a conclusion, and go separate ways. Like after that, or whatever, separate ways. Like implement whatever was decided. And also, we book a lot of internal company meetings around topics so that we don't try to chat our way through them, so that we actually have a proper discussion. And so, on the one hand, people go, "Oh, meetings are a waste of time," and look, you could have that could have been an email. You know, the whole it could have been an email thing.
Yeah.
But I agree with that in certain scenarios, and I disagree with that in other scenarios. I think a team can have more clarity and make better decisions when actually conversing around it. So in your case as a manager, what I would do is start to maybe try to get this person used to having more video calls. So like if they're chatting to you about something, then say to them, I think I don't really understand. Can we get on a quick call? Like, and then send them a link, and start doing that more regularly. And then they might start to do that as well and say, hey, can I just have a quick call with you? Also make it clear to them that they can. If they have a question or whatever, they should feel comfortable like setting up a quick video call with you so that you can discuss it. But I think maybe that needs to come from you first to show that this is something that we can do and it works, and have more conversations. And then after the call, like do a quick like chat summary, which is like, as we discussed, we're going to implement blah, blah, blah. And yeah, that's how I think I would maybe handle that. I'm no HR expert at all. I just learn as I go along in life. So that would be maybe how I would handle it.
I think HR experts are good for business, but what you shared is better for employees, even though there are
Oh,
different
that's very nice.
avenues. Yeah, thank you.
Well, that's what it's all about.
Exactly. So we have like about 6 minutes before we wrap up. So I would just like to go and check what the chat is talking about. That's something we've been trying to do, Yogesh and myself, trying to do something new. So we have about 82 people watching this presentation, which is pretty great, the highest number we've reached since we started this stage. So congratulations,
Oh, nice.
Miriam. We have
Thank you.
Courtney saying hi. We have Rona, good morning from Paris. We have Jan saying hi from Germany. We have a lot of people. There's a conversation between Mansoor. Otto is even there, one of the admins of the WordPress workspace. He is saying Snuggy, Rick Jackson, Jan Coase, they're all there. Finally, I just pulled out, I just remembered in 2020, the most used quote was, "You are on mute." I think I pulled it out on myself. So
Oh
that's
my
pretty
gosh,
much what
we
we're
just
doing.
discussed that. I said the
Exactly,
thing that I've said the
exactly.
most is, "Can you hear me?"
Yes.
I'm always, "Can you
Okay.
hear me? Can you hear me?"
Right. So I'm
Yeah.
just checking if we have any more questions. Doesn't seem like so. We're going to try to wrap it up. And once again, Miriam, we appreciate your time, enthusiasm, passion towards WordPress, and also the community itself, which is bringing us together in this live 24-hour event, focusing on different region as we are named WordFest. First and unique or one of its kind, and we expect more to come. We appreciate your contribution for appearing live, speaking to us, taking questions, sharing your experience along with Yogesh and myself. So before we wrap it up, we want to give you the floor, Miriam, if you want to add some closing remarks.
Nope, just want to say thank you so much for having me. This was a really fun talk. If anyone has seen me talk at other conferences, I tend to talk about like relatively technical stuff, which I love, of course. But it was fun to kind of step outside of that and talk about this, which has been a big learning experience for me and my team and all of us. And I'm really happy that I could share what we've learned. I hope it was helpful to people. You can message me on Twitter or whatever if you have follow-up questions. And I appreciate everyone who tuned in. And thank you so much to the WordFest organizers for this awesome conference. It's really well organized and high quality content. So good job. And thank you for including me.
So absolutely. I mean, before I pass it to Yogesh to close it up, I just see a spike in the chat once again. I'm not an RJ, but then again, Christy says greetings, and then we have Philip Roth, Mike Little, Mazar, Lauren. Everyone's there. Like everyone's watching this. So thank you once again. More comments are coming up. Susan Hayes says thank you. They all say thank you to Miriam. Milan says thank you. I'm not going to keep repeating that anyway. I'm going to just pass it to Yogesh, and I would request Miriam to interact with the chat because it's now spiking up, which is great. I'm sorry for that. My enthusiasm is getting spiked as well. So pass it to Yogesh.
Yes, Miriam, your enthusiasm is contagious. Is spilled over to the live chat. Yeah, thank you very much for joining us, Miriam, and sharing your experience and learning. And I love being here at WordFest. I love the name WordFest. It brings in WordPress and festival. It's the festival of WordPress, celebration of WordPress community, as they are showing it again and again. 24 hours, 48 sessions, one community, one big heart, one big orange heart. Yes. So this is I enjoyed these sessions, and I'm really happy to be here and to volunteer to be part of this WordFest. Thank you very much, everyone, and all the best. Continue 24 hours, go on. So this is the end of Asia time zone, but 24 hours go on. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye.
Right. Just want to finish off by saying our thanks to the global sponsors, Fused and GoDaddy Pro, and our continent sponsors, Elementor and Cloudways. Yogesh, would you want to carry it forward? Let's just share it.
Yes, our subcontinent sponsor, Yoast, and our multilingual partner, Weglot. Do visit their tents and spin the wheel, win some prizes. Also, we thank our media partners and our community partners.
And
thank you very much,
everyone. Sponsors. Yep.
Micro sponsors, yes.
Absolutely. You all make our big orange hearts full. Let's do the one last time. Thank you so much. I wish I could take a
big orange hearts are full.
Yeah. Finishing it in less than 60 minutes, I want to give a shout out to Dave Franco, our audio video producer, Leo Mindel, Dan Maybe, and all the organizers who are there.
Giles.
And Giles as well. And finally, this concludes our time in Asia. Please go to the main gate and then move to the, this is pretty much our Asia stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Say goodbye. Bye-bye.